Oh, I've got 7. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 13th, 2022 Chaska Planning Commission meeting. We'll proceed with the roll call. Liz?
Yep. Commissioner Brass, Lacey, Olson,
Here.
Riley,
Here.
Urbanski, Gory,
Here.
Baswa,
Here.
Asen,
Here.
and Chairperson Dalkey.
Here. Thank you, Liz. Next is to adopt tonight's agenda. Has everyone had a chance to review? All right, I'll take a motion to adopt.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Next is our visitor presentation. This is for anything that's not on the agenda for tonight. So if you're here for a purpose other than anything on the agenda, now would be your time. Seeing no one, we will move on to item number 5 to approve the previous meeting's minutes, the March 9th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review those? As well, I'll take a motion to approve those. All right, Commissioner, thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Olson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Next is the consent agenda. We have one item tonight, and that is 6A to recommend approval of the final plat for the reserve at Autumn Woods, Lennar, PC number 2022-12. And I will take a motion to approve the consent item.
I'll make a motion to recommend to City Council approval of the final plat reserve at Autumn Woods for the 86 lot subdivision on 45 acres, subject to the, well, was it 22? So,
Very good.
Conditions?
And a second?
I second.
All right, Commissioner Oswald, thank you. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, now we're here down to the action items for tonight. Item 7A tonight is a public hearing. Tonight, because we have so many public hearings, it's a very large agenda, so I'm going to ask everyone when it is time for the public hearing, if someone gets up before you and says what you were going to say, please leave it at that. The opinion's been noted. Also, we're going to try to we want to keep speakers, unless it's someone that's presenting for the entire group or something like that. We'd like to keep you to 5 minutes or less of talking. Otherwise, it'll be a very long night. So, 7A, public hearing to recommend approval of the preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat, and rezoning of the Cantissimo Anasazi Holdings PC number 2022-1. Liz, if you please.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. We have a preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat and rezoning request this evening for the project known as Cantissimo of Chaska, which is being proposed by Anasazi Holdings. I like to go over the 3-step process that the city typically does for land use applications that come through the city. Most land use applications go through this process, which is applicable to this application this evening. So with the 3 steps, you start with concept, which is more of the high-level overview of the project and addressing those initial concerns and questions. Then you head into the second step, which is the preliminary, which is more of the technical analysis and code-specific review of the project. It starts to address the concerns that were raised during the concept plan. So at this point, we're at this step in the process for Cantissimo. And then the third and final step is final plan or final plat, depending on what it is. Again, this is another technical review of the project. At this point, we should be dotting i's and crossing t's for some of the outstanding items. And at that point, it should be 90% complete as well. So to get into the project site, we have an aerial image showcasing the outline of this property, and I see that it's not very clear on the TV screens here, but it's essentially this triangular parcel on the southeast corner of Pioneer Trail and Hunter Mark Road. You have the Pioneer Point development just to the immediate south of this development. Hazeltine Golf Course is to the north. You have Chaska Commons to the northwest, and Wings Financial and Super Target to the immediate west of this property. The background of this site and abutting area, back in May and July of 2000, the Pioneer Point were approved. That development has since been constructed and is in place today. It wasn't until March of 2019 that we saw the first original concept plan for this site to come through. This was for a separate project known as Hazelview. It was a senior cooperative condo building, and at that time, it was a 37-unit, 4-story building that was approved. That project did not move forward, so it was back in April of 2021 that the new project in front of us came forward for their concept plan, and again, it was approved at that time. This exhibit just shows kind of the surrounding area if we need to refer back to it, but just an analysis of the site. In terms of the existing conditions of the property, it's approximately 3 acres in size, triangular in shape, which makes it challenging in terms of layouts for the property. So it tapers off towards the easterly side to create the shape. As it exists today, it is unused, so there are scattering of trees on the site, some of them which we've considered significant. And then the other unique piece of it is that there are 2 public trails, or 2 public trail sections that dissect the site. So you have the trail section parallel to Hunter Mark Road on the westerly side of the site, and then the public trail on the north side of the site parallel with Pioneer Trail. The northerly trail section is going to be looked at to be realigned with this overall plan. So what they're requesting this evening is for preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat approval for the construction of a new memory care and assisted living facility, which would total 32 units in dwelling units, 22,000 square feet in size, and 1-story tall. The other part of this request is for rezoning, which would rezone them to a planned residential district, number 83 to be specific. So to just mention kind of the more significant change that has occurred with the plan since concept plan approval back in 2021 is the driveway access into the site. There were concerns raised during the concept plan in terms of where that driveway access needs to be in order for comfortable traffic movement to occur on Hunter Mark Road. Their previous concept plan showed the Hunter Mark Road access, but due to where their property line sits today, it doesn't allow them to fully align with Super Target's access to the west. So in order for efficient and comfortable traffic movement to occur with this site and the surrounding sites, that driveway alignment did need to happen. That was something that was expressed by both city and county staff as well as the traffic study that was done for this project. So one of the things that they had to execute or proceed forward with is getting an easement from Pioneer Point in order to pursue that access that would fully align with Super Target. And that is something that they've worked on up until this time. They've met with Pioneer Point to get some verbal agreement in place that the easement would be executed or allowed from the Pioneer Point side. And I'll show an exhibit that shows that much better later on. So during the concept plan and previous concept plan that we did for the site, we did do an analysis of the existing trees on the site. So we did circle some areas in red that contain significant tree clusters. So those were some focus points for the developer to use into their site planning for the property. So there's a total of 35 trees that were circled, or what staff considered as focal points for the property. The previous concept plan by Hazelview showed preserving 25 of those 35 trees. The Cantissimo project shows preserving 28 of those 35. And then, as I mentioned before, the realignment of the trail, which again was something that our public works crew as well as county staff advised in realigning closer to Pioneer Trail. That will ultimately affect a couple of the trees on the northerly side. However, the only ones that they will affect will be box elders and cottonwood trees on that northern side. So that is one of the implications of realigning that trail. I'm showing the site plan on this slide here, just getting into kind of the details of this. One of the more significant ones is the access point shown on Hunter Mark Road, which now fully aligns with Super Target's access to the west there. As a result of that, they are required to put in a southbound dedicated left turn lane on Hunter Mark Road so that there's adequate movement off of the connecting roadway. That will lead into their parking lot, which is a 24 stall parking lot, which would be adequately sized for this type and use of facility. They're only required to put in 16 stalls, but 24 stalls will be more than enough to serve the function of the building. So the building is proposed just northerly of the parking lot, and the shape of the building is kind of angled, and that was intentionally done to keep this intersection at Hunter Mark Road and Pioneer Trail more open instead of keeping this more of a rectangular shape. So they made sure that this intersection triangular area remained open with the layout of the building. So one of the pieces of what's being proposed for the site plan and where the parking lot and building are situated, the building is showing a setback of 100 feet from the center line of Pioneer Trail. There is a requirement of 125 feet from the center line of Pioneer Trail. So they did do more of an analysis in this preliminary in terms of flip-flopping the building and the parking lot in order to meet those setbacks that apply out there. And one of the reasons they've landed on the layout that's shown today is due in part to the tree preservation that they'd like to create out there. So the layout here with the parking closer to the driveway access and the building just north of that allows them to save more trees. If they were to flip-flop the building and the parking lot to meet setbacks, the driveway alignment would essentially have to go around the building and in front, which would impact the trees on the westerly side there. And I'll show an exhibit of that in a different slide here. The other piece of it, with this layout, it allows them to have less pavement on the overall site. Again, if they flip-flop the building and the parking lot, the pavement would have to extend a larger distance in order to get to the parking area. Another piece of this site, as it relates to Pioneer Point, there were some concerns with the edge of this site as it relates to the residential to the south. So the developer has addressed a couple of those concerns with putting in a 6-foot privacy fence along the perimeter of the parking lot edge up to the extent of where the driveway access is being shown, and basically where I'm showing my cursor. In addition to that, they're also proposing plantings along that edge to help soften up that area. This exhibit is showing, and I realize it's a little bit soft on the outline here, but it shows the different alignment of the building and the parking lot. So the building is shown on the south side, and the parking lot is shown just north of that, as well as what it does from a tree preservation perspective. So the building did have to kind of get more squared up in order to fit into the setback lines. And then the driveway into the parking lot is shown on the westerly and north sides of the building. As a result of that, 12 of the trees that were proposed to be preserved would be impacted with the setbacks being met out there. So again, the reasoning for the variation in the setback is due to the idea to preserve more trees on the property. And this is just a more zoomed out view of the proposed site plan as it relates to kind of the surrounding context, if we need to use that to refer back to. As it relates to the building design, again, this is a 1-story building. It'll contain 32 dwelling units within it for memory care and assisted living. It's what we would call a U-shaped building, so it has more some interest attached with the overall design of it from a footprint standpoint. The building materials that are proposed are glass, stone, lap and shake siding, so it has more of a residential look to it, which again was another intentional design piece in order to kind of fit into the context of where they're going. And from our standpoint, it does meet our building design and materials requirements for multifamily. And then just a couple renderings of the proposed site. There are a couple areas, I didn't mention that earlier, for amenities for the people who use the site. So they have 2 patio spaces proposed on the north side and on the east sides of the building. In addition to that, they are providing pedestrian connections to both of the public trails proposed or already existing on Pioneer Trail and Hunter Mark. So there is a nice integration of connection through the site. So in conclusion, we are asking you to make a motion this evening to recommend approval of the preliminary site and building plan and the preliminary plat for Cantissimo of Chaska, and that would be based on the conditions listed in the staff report. The other motion would be to recommend approval of the rezoning to a planned residential district number 83. I also want to make note that the city council meeting will see this item at their next meeting, which is the following Monday on April 18th. So if there are people interested in following this application and review, the council will be making the final decision on Monday, April 18th, if it moves forward this evening. And that will also be accessible via this room or on Zoom, which are available this evening. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we do have the developer here as well to help answer questions.
All right, thank you, Liz. So before we open up the public hearing, we'll take any questions that the commission has for staff or the developer that may answer some questions that would come up during the public hearing, so.
Liz, I assume then they've gotten at least some verbal agreement for the setback variance from Pioneer Trail? Or is
Verbal
that-
agreement?
Because you're saying they have to have a 100-foot setback from Pioneer. Is there an agreement right now to allow that, or is that just something, a variance
It
we
would-
have to allow?
The rezoning would take
Okay.
care of that. Yeah.
Okay. And then with the privacy fence that you have they have on the south side of the parking lot, you talked about plantings. Are those plantings on the Pioneer Point side or on the development side?
It's hard to see here. But the intention would be, I guess from staff standpoint, it would need to be, the landscaping should be on the outside or facing Pioneer Trail.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, Pioneer Point. So I can't really tell on this drawing.
Right, I couldn't either, and that was why I was like, which side is it going on?
Yep, so the intention would be that, it would be the fence and then the landscaping.
Okay. That's all I had.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, good. Thank you, Liz. It's 7:20, and I'm going to open up the public hearing for, if you want to speak, please come up, give us your name and address, and you can address us, staff, or the developer.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I'm Todd Ofstu, and I actually represent the developer, the owners. I'm here to answer any questions, so I don't really have anything to say. I think staff did such a great job of explaining what was going on here. I just want to let you know that I'm here. One thing I would like to point out that wasn't brought up, we are asking for an easement with the owners of Pioneer Point, and we have talked to them several occasions and, had some great back and forth. And I think they understand it, but I just want to make sure that you and those behind me understand that we are willing to give up there's three easements currently going into our property from Pioneer Point. And so what the idea on our side, and I think on theirs, is we're going to exchange those three for the one that lines up with Target. And so that's all I had to mention. So I am here, as well as Jennifer Thorson, who represents some management questions. One of the owners is on the way, and if he still needs to, he'll answer some questions. But otherwise, here to answer it. And by the way, it's good to see all of you in person this time. So any questions, just let me know.
All right, thank you. It looks like last chance. I'm just kidding.
Lois Pankratz, 373 Campfire Curve, live there. I just had one question, and that is the privacy fence. Will it also go this direction, so it'll be like a square, on the end,
Okay, at the easement or the access?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That it will
I
be.
can get it.
That was the main question I had.
Okay.
And then the easement that has presently been in place will then be gone, right?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, would you like to explain that?
Yes, the fence, I believe what you're referring to is where Ms. Hanson is pointing, is going to continue around the curve until it gets to basically the property line or what have you, so, yes.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing at 7:23, bring it back to the commission for any further comment or discussion before we move on.
I'll offer a few comments. Lots of work done here, so thank you to city staff and the developer that you've addressed. The process is working here. That from concept there was quite a bit of input and feedback from the residents. And it was on Zoom, as you refer to, but just the reflection of how limited the comments are here when we get to preliminary is a credit to you. Some of the things that I picked up on were really the realignment of the driveway access to be in line with Target. That's no small lift, and I know that takes work by city staff in coordination with the county. So, good job there. I think that's a big deal for developing this very small, piece of property. Working to address the trees. You didn't mention it, but you also worked to address the drainage concerns on the property, with the underground infiltration system. So, do recognize that. I do think, in my mind, having the way that you've situated the property is right geometrically for the intersection, that you've been able to preserve the sight lines for, the vehicles coming up to the intersection there on 100 Mark and looking to make a turn. So, I think you did a good job there. The privacy fence, really, addresses a lot of the comments from your neighbors. And it looks like you have a building there that you're going to manage. This is a long-term relationship that you're developing with these people. So, I'm appreciative to see that. So I'm going to vote for it. I support it. And those are my observations of the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Riley. I echo your sentiments. Anyone else?
Oh, good summary. That's
Very good, yep. Thank you, Liz. It was a very good summary. That being said, I will take a motion to approve this.
Since I did a lot of talking,
It seems fair.
I'm not always the best at this, but I'll make the first motion to recommend approval to the city council of the preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for Cantissimo of Chaska, subject to the 17 listed conditions.
And before I get a second, I do have a hand raised on Zoom. I'm sorry, I didn't see it up until now. But I just want to make sure that they're heard before you guys make the full,
Okay.
sorry about that. So I believe it's Deb Hetherington, if you'd like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Deb Hetherington, 401 Campfire Curve. I'm sorry that I was not sure how to do this technology just before closing. I want to thank the developer and the city for addressing the entrance to this new property, and especially for keeping as many significant trees as possible. That's one of the things we really like about this corner, and it looks like the developer's doing the best they can. I'm going to ask the developer to please confirm that the plantings by the privacy fence are on the Pioneer Point side of the fence, so that our neighbors that are closest to that facility have something natural to look out on.
And do you want to answer her? You confirmed it to us, but maybe she didn't hear it. Sure. So just,
Thank you, Commissioners. Hello, Deb. We've, I think, talked before, and it was brought up, and yes, we will be, it's not shown on that one very clearly, but we will, in the next presentation, Ms. Hanson will certainly make sure that we do that, show shrubs on your side of the fence, absolutely.
Thank you, and thank you also for doing due diligence with the residents over the last year to make sure that this is acceptable to everybody.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure. Appreciate you guys as well.
all right. Well, I don't think that comment affects our motion any, so did we get a second? I don't remember. Second. All right, Commissioner Gorey, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now we need to entertain a motion to approve rezoning of that area.
I'll make the motion to recommend approval for the rezoning from PRD 38 to planned residential number 83, PRD 83.
Thank you, Commissioner Olson. Second. Thank you, Hassan. Second, any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. That concludes 7A, first public hearing of the night. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, we don't get applause very often.
All right, let's go home.
All right, now let's keep that applause going now. No, I'm kidding. All right, next, 7B on the agenda tonight is also a public hearing to recommend approval of the preliminary plat and rezoning for Oak Creek, DR Horton PC number 22-20. Liz, if you would. Oh, I'm sorry, also Commissioner Olson will recuse himself for this discussion because He's, lives in the area. Go ahead, Liz.
All
Thank you.
right. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. We have a preliminary plat and rezoning request this evening for Oak Creek, which was formerly known as Sagewood Third back in previous approvals. This is being proposed by D.R. Horton. So we're at the second step in the process, so we're at the preliminary stage here. I'm not going to go over all the details again, but right in the middle of the road. The site is highlighted above in this attached aerial. The majority of the site is encompassed on the property owned by the Kelzer family. And then there is a small portion proposed on a piece of property that is owned by Chaska Investment. I should also reference what's in the area as well. So this is stemming off of where Clover Ridge, the overall development is. Sophia Drive stubs up to the easterly edge of this site, as well as Clover Preserve Lane. Clover Preserve Lane, as well as Sagewood Court and Sagewood Circle, are part of the Sagewood Second Edition. Sophia Drive is a part of an earlier development known as Clover Preserve Second. I'm not going to get too much into all of the history of this site, but it does go back quite a ways. It was back in 2000 that the concept plan for Clover Ridge was approved. Sophia Drive, which was a part of Clover Preserve Second Edition, was approved back in 2002. And then we go all the way back to May of 2018 when the overall Sagewood concept plan was approved. So that was for the earlier editions of the overall development on Clover Preserve Lane and Cloverfield Circle. The final plats for that area were approved in 2018 and 2019, and that kind of finished out what butts up to this easterly edge of the site. So it was May of 2020 when we saw the original Sagewood Third concept plan approved for the site that we're looking at this evening. There were a lot of comments that were received out of that May 2020 concept plan process. So the developer did take about 1.5 years to come back with a revised concept, which was known as Sagewood Third at that time. Now it's known as Oak Creek. So when we say Sagewood Third or Oak Creek, we're talking about the same project here. But in December of 2021 is when we got the revised concept plan back through the process. And as a part of that, they did add on another portion of a site into that just based on the road extension proposal that they needed to do. So Cloverfield Apartments was also proposed as a part of that concept plan. And again, that was intentionally done with the road extension that's being proposed this evening. In order for it to get to Clover Ridge Drive, it does have to go through that planned apartment site. So they were looked at together to see how the road and the apartment site and the development can all fit in together. So they have since separated their applications, so they are coming through as individual applications, which coincidentally enough will be at the same meeting this evening. But tonight, in this very application, we're looking only at Oak Creek, the D.R. Horton proposal. And then a condition of approval as a part of the December 2021 approvals was that the Kelzer property had to be annexed into the city of Chaska in order for them to move on to their preliminary step in the process. So to reference, again, this aerial, this property here, and you can see it listed here, it's technically within Laketown Township in what we call an orderly annexation area of Laketown Township. So it has an agreement in place over it that it will be annexed into the city of Chaska. And that typically happens at the time that development is ripe to do so. So that was a requirement in order to proceed to this preliminary step. So that has been accomplished as of March of this year. So I just want to kind of roll through kind of where we started and where we're at now. So May 2020 was that initial concept plan that came through for Sagewood Third. And this primarily only looked at the Kelzer property, and that was for 83 lots, 42 acres of land. The concerns were raised around the overall access into the development, because they were showing access from Sophia Drive and Clover Preserve Lane. There was a need to explore more access opportunities into the development. Traffic was a concern, tree preservation was a concern, and school capacity. Since May 2020 up until December 2021 is where all that really hard, gritty work went into the processing of the overall development and how it was going to be accessed. So they came back in December of 2021 with their revised plan, and as I mentioned, this was coupled with the Cloverfield apartment site off of Clover Ridge Drive. So this plan got more extensive because of the road extension that was proposed off of Clover Ridge Drive. And again, this was in response to the comments that were received during the May 2020 concept plan review as they explore this access opportunity. So they partnered with Chaska Investments, who owns the property with the apartment site adjacent to Clover Ridge Drive to show that road extension into the development. So this exhibit shows the December 2021 concept plan, which totaled 107 lots, 52 acres of land. There was a small portion of lots shown on the Chaska investment site and into the Kelzer property. So the new road extension, which is now dubbed Oak Creek Drive, showed how it can extend and align with Romeo Court just to the immediate east of it. An apartment site was also shown during that concept plan, and again, this was done to try to set the foundation of what could go out there while still fitting in with the new road extension into the Oak Creek development. So at that time, 162 unit apartment was shown. And it showed how it could lay out with the kind of overall development with the new road extension. The other kind of points of this 2021 plan was a cul-de-sac was shown on Sophia Drive, and then a full extension into the neighborhood was shown off of Clover Preserve Lane. So a couple changes since December of 2021. Road access changed again since our last review of this project. So now the project is showing one major access into the development, which would serve the majority of the lots of Oak Creek. So the extension of Oak Creek Drive would provide access to 84 of the 102 lots being proposed this evening. In addition, the cul-de-sac on Sophia Drive was maintained, but one lot was eliminated off of that cul-de-sac. And then the other major change from December 2021 is that the extension of Clover Preserve Lane now ends in 2 cul-de-sacs, which accesses 13 lots. The developer also conducted a traffic study in between the 2021 concept plan up until now. That also looked at the other 2 apartment sites as well, just to understand the full context of what's being proposed out here. But in conclusion, the study concluded that the project will have appropriate access into the development site, as well as access to the surrounding road network, and concluded that there is available capacity on the adjoining roadways to accommodate the projected traffic. A couple other changes, the lot count has changed, so 5 lots have been eliminated on the overall plan compared to the December 2021 plan, which showed 107 lots, so now they're showing 102 lots with this new plan. From a tree preservation perspective, they were able to look at saving 12 additional trees on the development plan, and those mainly are situated in the rear yards of the cul-de-sac lots on Sophia, as well as to the south off of Clover Preserve Lane. Another big item of discussion was the Jonathan Association. There was some encouragement to join the Jonathan Association at the time of the revised concept plan, to which the developer and persons from the Jonathan Association have been in active communication since December of 2021. And as of right now, they are planning to include all of Oak Creek to be a part of the Jonathan Association. There has not been a formal decision on that quite yet. I don't know if there's going to be any update tonight on that, but that's where it's last left off. If that were not to move forward in any way, the Oak Creek development would form their own HOA. But we have yet to hear the status on the communication between them and Jonathan. This is the proposed preliminary plan. So to kind of reference some of those changes that have occurred since December of 2021, much of the layout is pretty similar, but again, those very notable changes are on Sophia Drive and on Clover Preserve Lane, where the two cul-de-sacs are shown. So this Sophia Drive cul-de-sac is showing 5 lots, and then there's a total of 13 lots on the south side here off of 2 cul-de-sacs. So again, you see that this area stubs off. There is a pedestrian pathway that connects both kind of the west and east sides, what we call it. There is a proposed park/tot lot area on the southern portion of that pedestrian connection, kind of as a midway point between the development. In addition to that, they're also showing kind of a meandering pedestrian connection between the north and south cul-de-sacs to provide connection between kind of the overall westerly area and then up into Sophia Drive. One of our comments during the concept plan was being able to provide some pedestrian connection to connect into Sophia Drive, as it is the most efficient direct pathway to the elementary school. So this is the developer's way of addressing that comment. I think one of the things that we will still continue to work on with them is if there is more of a direct path that can be achieved between the west and east sides here into Sophia Drive. I think the main concern was tree preservation of where it could connect across the creek, as well as the overall cost of connecting across the creek. But a discussion we still want to continue to have with the developer to see if there's some options available there. So I kind of went a little bit out of order, but that was intentional to try to keep kind of all of the chronological order of concept plans and preliminary plan together there, but we'll refer back to that plan later on. But just so you know, the existing conditions of the property, it is a 52-acre overall area. It was formerly an orderly annexation area, but as of March of this year, it is a part of Chaska now. The creek kind of runs through the property north to south and bifurcates what we consider the wooded area with kind of the agricultural area of the site. There is a heritage tree that we made mention throughout the process that will be preserved, that will remain on the Kelzer property, so that will be within their ownership and maintenance. The trees that exist over on kind of the east side here are mainly oaks, so there's a lot of significant trees that the plan is providing or deciding to preserve as a part of the plan. And then, as noted before, Sophia Drive and Clover Preserve Lane stub off on the easterly side. So there's always been anticipation that both of those streets would continue through to provide access to future development. In terms of the comp plan and the Clover Ridge plan for this area, the 2040 plan lays out that this area was guided to be low-density residential. The proposal is consistent with that. The Clover Ridge concept plan also contemplated low standard lot, single family in this area, which the proposal is also consistent with. And then lastly, the zoning is already set up out here, so it is zone plan multi-use district number 15. Or I'm sorry, I'm thinking of a different site already. So they are rezoning as a part of this overall plan. So they are asking for preliminary plat approval this evening for 102 single-family lots. And then they're also asking for that rezoning for their development, which would be a rezoning to Planned Residential District PRD 85 to be exact. Just a couple things that I haven't mentioned in previous slides, but the Kelzer family will retain ownership of the existing agricultural land known as Outlot H, Outlot I, and then the land kitty corner to this, which isn't a part of the site, but they will retain that and continue to farm it as they have it. So a part of the plan, they are showing, or the development is showing 2 outlots that are for farm access into their sites so that they have that maintained access to use those sites. So there's Outlot A and Outlot L that would connect into their outlots that they would retain and use for farmland as they do so today. Another piece was with the railroad being directly on the north side of this development is that the edge directly adjacent to that, they had to address that in terms of buffering and screening. I'll show a cross-section exhibit later on kind of showing that a little bit more clearly, but they do plan to completely landscape this edge here along the railroad. In addition to that, they will be putting in a 6-foot privacy fence along the rear yards of that railroad line. Tree preservation is a big piece of this development. So they have conducted a tree survey of the overall site area. They did survey 219 trees on the overall site, mainly oaks on kind of the southerly side. There were not any oaks on the north side here, and nothing of notable quality from staff's visit. So really the focal point has been kind of in this southerly area where it's primarily wooded today. So as a part of what they've surveyed, they do plan to preserve 101 trees, which totals 2,354 caliber inches. Of those that do get saved, they do plan to absorb that into the conservation easement that exists on the Sagewood side of the development. And then the trees that will be removed are 118 trees, and then a total of 2,348 caliber inches. So most of the trees will fall into outlot areas as a part of the plat. So again, they'll be perpetually preserved by the HOA that exists out there. There are a couple trees that are proposed in some of the backyards as well. Getting into the landscaping, I'm just primarily showing kind of the north side here where they're planning to do mainly a coniferous row with a couple scattering of deciduous trees along that edge to help with the buffering. And then the 6-foot fence would fall right behind that, along the property line that's a part of the development. The developer has provided a couple cross-section cuts through the development, because as you kind of proceed east and west, the grade changes in several areas of the plan, so they're showing kind of that relationship between the development and the existing rail line. So one of the things that we are asking them to work on for final is to explore that pedestrian connection, which creates more of a direct route in between the west and east sides off of Sophia Drive. So we'll continue to work with them on that. But in conclusion, they've addressed many of the concerns raised kind of through the process that's started in May of 2020 and has continued up until this point. So we are asking you to make a motion this evening to recommend approval of the preliminary plat for Oak Creek, and then based on the conditions that are listed within this staff report. And then the second motion would be to recommend approval of the rezoning to planned residential district number 85. And then I just want to make mention of the council meeting to follow, and we'll be reviewing this item if it were to move forward this evening. That is also slated for Monday, April 18th, which is the following Monday from today, in which we will also be meeting in this room, or you can participate via Zoom if you wish. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we do have the developer in the audience as well.
All right, very good. Thank you, Liz. Again, before we start the public hearing, does the commission have any questions for staff or the developer that might clear some things up or answer your own questions?
So I have a question. There are a couple of cul-de-sacs which are connected to a different Clover Ridge community, right? So the construction traffic still goes through those streets, or like the alternative road which they have already identified, is it going to be used for the construction?
So you're wondering where the construction traffic would occur?
Yeah, for the cul-de-sacs mainly, because I
Sure.
don't see any direct access from the alternative route, right? So still that should be the road, or like?
Yeah, I'll just give a overview of that, and I thought I included a slide, but maybe I missed that. But what they're proposing for construction access into the main area will primarily come from Clover Ridge Drive and from Pioneer Trail to the north. That's where they'll only accept construction traffic to go. With the cul-de-sac lots on Sophia Drive and on Clover Preserve Lane, they will have to utilize the existing Sophia Drive and Clover Preserve Lane to access those lots. So they'll have to work with both our engineer, but also the neighbors out there to figure out kind of the timing and the routes there. And those will also be going to the north up to Pioneer Trail to get out.
So are there any neighborhood meetings regarding that? I mean, because last time, previous meetings, some neighbors raised concerns about those construction traffic and everything. So did developer conducted any more, any more meetings with the neighbors addressing those concerns and all those things?
Yeah, and we've only had one meeting in between this time with the neighbors, and I know that was briefly mentioned, and something that we'll have to continue to work on. I don't know if the developer can provide anything more than kind of what that other meeting entailed, but they do intend to work with the neighbors on that access.
All right, anyone else?
Is there any concern from the city staff or anybody about emergency access into that whole development? It's just one long access road.
Yeah, and we actually have a couple of those in the city already today. And every month, we bring this to the various departments and to ensure that each of the department heads can have comments on that, but we didn't have any concerns raised from a fire department or police department
Okay.
emergency access standpoint.
All right,
I had
anyone
a
else?
couple of questions for the developer, if you want to come up.
Good evening. I'm Deb Ridgway with D.R. Horton.
So can you just speak to Jonathan Association?
Yeah.
Where are you at?
So we've had discussions with them. They're actually considering it with their board right now, so we're waiting on their response to us. But we are committed to joining so long as legally we can do that. We are willing to do that.
Okay. Well, that's great news. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to give you an opportunity. We have some
Yep.
picture, some analysis here, some very detailed analysis that I assume someone's going to get up and speak
Yeah.
to with regard to tree preservation. So there's certainly a desire, though you've worked hard with the layout so far, but to work a little bit harder to get some more trees out of the lots.
Yeah, and on the trees, we will, I'm thinking we'll probably walk with staff again before we actually start grading on the site. So right now, what we see, we have saved additional trees. We've got retaining walls planned for additional tree saving. But quite honestly, to be quite honest, we cannot lose any more lots out here because the costs are just creeping up and up. That access road is well over $1 million now, and so we're trying to appease obviously the neighbors, but we also have to make the project work for ourselves.
One question I have, so the weird-looking pedestrian
Yeah.
path, is that are trees dictating the path to be the way it is, or?
It's trees and accessibility, given the grades out there,
Okay.
so it's both.
And I know staff is working with you on that to make it as efficient as possible if, kids are going to be using it to get to school.
Yep.
And, I mean, it looks like a nice walk, but
Right.
is it the best walk?
Right.
So,
I think one of the things is, as staff was looking at it, and we felt with all the effort going in to try and preserve as many trees in that area as possible, it's a good opportunity to provide that amenity for the residents to then, enjoy that area that's being preserved. So that was, one of the factors that we looked at is to the design of that as well. It allows for a more passive experience through there.
all right.
And then just to address Commissioner Boswa on the construction traffic, yeah, we'll work with staff. I know when we did the first phase, we worked with them. There was some hiccups in our plan, but we were able to, I think, overcome some of it. But we will work with staff and the neighbors to make sure that, the construction traffic follows the plan that we'll bring forward with our final plans. So, thank
The
you.
construction traffic plan for the cul-de-sacs will be detailed for final.
First, yep, and signage. Obviously, we do have to access those cul-de-sacs to, especially on the south, to connect the sewer and water into the proposed site, so, but yes, we will. And
All right,
I'm here for
thank
any
you.
other questions. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So one question.
Anyone else?
Yes. So there was previous some of the points in the earlier plan, like school capacity or something I have seen, like, so do we have any more details on that, like on the school? So with this new 102 lots, so is there any study conducted on that school capacity and anything?
Yes, ensuring adequate school capacity ends up being a function of the school district. But I can say that because of the extreme, there's a lot of growth going in many of the communities that School District 112 serves. So including Carter and Victoria and Chaska. Chanhassen maybe not seeing the level of growth to the extent that the other three are. But with that growth occurring, staff from both the district and the city of Chaska at least have established regularly reoccurring meetings to continue to keep each other apprised as to developments that are coming through the pipeline, to allow the school district to be mindful and be able to plan ahead to the extent that they can. So they are aware that this is coming forward. They do know that it's something that needs to be planned for. Part of the equation also is there is an additional elementary school planned in the southwest area of Chaska to occur. there needs to be a referendum to support that, so there's process to occur. And, you know, the school district hasn't said as to exactly the timing as to when they're going to be pursuing that, but I do know that's definitely on the horizon and on their radar to be looking at that. There was an expansion of Carter Elementary approved in the most recent referendum, and so they are pursuing building that. And along with that, I'm starting to get out of my swim lane pretty far, but I know that the school district is looking at their redistricting approach to make sure that they continue to have the right balance within the facilities that they have. So I hope that answers the question.
All right, are we good? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing at 8 o'clock on the button. So as before, if you want to present, come on up, give your name, address, and make your presentation. Try to keep it as brief as possible, and if someone steals your thunder, that's okay. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Evening, Commission. Name is Travis Olson, address 1439 Sophia Drive. First, thank you, Deb. Thank you, D.R. Horton, for at least listening and trying to incorporate the changes, recommendations that have come over the last 2 years for this one, the last 4 years that we've talked about Sagewood. Thanks for the Commission, for staff as well, too, for helping navigate through this. Started with 2 key ones. I've got a couple of side ones as well. First of all, I'm going to start off with the tot lot. So they have the tot lot buried in the corner by the retention pond, which is exactly what they did with phase 1 and phase 2. They shoved it down by the retention pond and they don't take care of it. So the homeowners association, which is connected to D.R. Horton, hasn't taken care of what they did in phase 1 and phase 2. The tot lot should be more centralized to the location for the population that it's serving. It should be in lot 21 in section 2. Right on the corner, it's a big lot. It's probably the biggest lot in their subdivision. That way it'll service all of the community versus be that avenue to Sagewood 2 community. That's something that should have been brought up from the commissioners in looking at that, because it's kind of tucked away, out of sight, out of mind, and not really usable for the community at hand. And 2, wherever that location is, there needs to be a requirement that it's turf grass around that tot lot and not natural grass and weeds, which Sagewood 1 and 2 currently is. The surrounding area around that tot lot is not usable. They need to make the correction and not do it again with Oak Creek. So, side notes there. The trees preservation. So, Liz, could you pull that up? So,
Do you want your
the PDF,
okay.
if you can just scroll through it. So I pulled together the tree preservation because it pains me every day that I wake up, look out my bedroom window, and see a vast of openness, no trees. 4 years ago, Sagewood 1 and 2 came through and took out those trees. At the time, D.R. Horton didn't do enough to save the trees. They were primarily looking to build houses and build houses. And from the neighbor side of things, we didn't realize how serious it was and didn't really take the action to try to save as many trees with phase 1 and 2. Hence the reason why I'm here today. The current proposal that they have is removing 54% of the healthy trees and 50% of the caliber inches that are sitting more specifically in that grove that Liz mentioned, to the west of Sophia and to Clover Preserve. What I'm recommending is to put more focus on saving the trees that are on the property lines. I know Deb mentioned it, but there needs to be more effort put into that one. There are four trees that are highlighted here that are at the Sophia Drive cul-de-sac. And then you scroll down to the next section. So, and then down on the southern side, there's an additional 11 trees that are right on the edge that really question why do they need to be removed. What can we do to save those trees? Rather than just clear cutting it out, what can we do to save them? They want to pat their backs and say, hey, we saved 12 trees from, from the preliminary, from the concept stage to here. But the concept stage was never going to go through because it had the through access through Sagewood 2. We knew traffic study was not going to allow that. They knew traffic study was not going to allow it, but now they want to pat themselves on the back on saving trees. Those trees were never going to go because that road was never going to go through. But by saving those, just looking at those trees on the edge, we'll save 13% of the trees that they're removing, which will shift it to only losing 47% of the trees and only 41% of the caliber inches. That's significant compared to what they did with the percentages with phase 2. What I would recommend is that they actually look at the nature that's around the area. So they would deliberately left Outlot C open to preserve trees. Great, good for them. But all that is an island in the middle of the houses. It doesn't fit. Just like the open lot in the cul-de-sac doesn't fit. It's like something's missing. We need to be more conscious of the nature that we have and be able to make it actually look like it's natural versus pre-planned and meditated that we're just leaving this cluster of trees. So if you scroll down to the last one here. So this is my recommendation is removing the northern cul-de-sac bulb that's on phase 2, which is going to save another 11 healthy trees and 2 unhealthy trees. But just on the 11 healthy trees, we'll save another 9% of those that they're looking to remove. So we're talking about significant savings just by looking at what they can do. And the key part there is by reducing the number of trees, you allow everybody from both the Oak Creek as well as from the Sagewood and from Sophia Drive to really enjoy the area. And I request that they step back from the money involved and think about the mark that we're leaving today. I mean, yes, she just said it. We can't afford to lose any more lots. Well, they made it through when they clear cut the first path with Phasewood 2. As I was going through this, it went back to the lyrics, go back to the 80s. You don't know what you got until it's gone. I live with that every day. From the actions I didn't take 4 years ago, when D.O. Horton came through and cut down 60% of the trees in phase 2. This is our opportunity to actually make a difference and make a change. 2 points that Liz mentioned or in the presentation, the trees that are going to be saved. She mentioned that they're going to be retained into the Sagewood tree conservation. I think it was Liz or Deb. But if it's going into Jonathan, how can it be in the Sagewood tree conservation? So there's got to be clear definition as to how those trees are actually going to be saved and how they're going to be controlled because they are different. I mean, if Jonathan really is going to be controlling and be the HOA, then I don't see how Sagewood can actually be part of those trees that are being saved. The last point is the sidewalk. So if they can't make the connection from Sophia Drive to across the creek, obviously they got to put sidewalk on both sides of the street. Who's going to maintain those? Because right now, we have an issue with the sidewalk maintenance from the stop sign to Clover Preserve, whichever one it is, down to the mailbox, which there's no houses there. It's technically Chaska Investments property, but nobody takes care of it. So making sure we understand who's going to maintain the sidewalk on the new road for both sides up until the houses. So those are my points. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to
Wait,
close.
sorry, we have one more.
Oh, I'm sorry, we got some on
Person
Zoom?
online.
Yes.
Carrie, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Kerry Rich. and I represent the Twin City and Western Railroad. And we reviewed these plans we have been submitted, and in general, I mean, we don't really have any real issue with the way things are laid out. I guess our issue is more in the putting a residential development next to the railroad. We requested that the titles include statements that inform the landowners that they are purchasing or that they own property next to an active railroad, and that the railroad makes noise and has maintenance activities that will interrupt the quiet that they expect. In the past, this railroad has been here for over 100 years, and there's been other developments in the past that have gone in adjacent to the railroad. And what happens is that everything is fine at first, but then after the first set of owners, it seems that everybody takes offense to the railroad, and then complaints come. And the complaints will come to the city of Chaska and will come to the railroad. And so as a way to deal with that, we need to make sure that these residents, whoever they are, understand that this is an active railroad, and it probably will be for another 20 years. And so I'm asking that there be some provisions to make sure that the residents know that they are willingly purchasing property next to the railroad, and that whatever the railroad does for activities through their normal operations cannot be questioned by the residents.
Actually, I have a question for you. Does the railroad offer up any kind of terminology or, statement or a handout or whatever to the developers to include with railroad adjacent lots?
No, we don't. We don't have anything like that. We have provided comments to the developer and to the planning department. The comment we got from the railroad, or from the developer, was that they would include it in the purchase agreement. That doesn't really help, because after the first owner, that purchase agreement is gone. And now you're just trading deeds. And so there needs to be some type of a statement on the deed, and we'd be happy to provide some narrative on that. I provided a little bit in my original comments, but we'd be happy to provide some additional narrative that would be probably reviewed and supplied by our attorney.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be, hopefully some of that could get nipped in the bud right up front, or when another buyer comes in. Developer, do you have differences when you're selling railroad lots, for lack of a better term?
No, we do sell by active railroads. We do include in our disclosure that there is noise associated with the rail line, that there is no noise mitigation that is going to occur based on the use of that rail line. It's more of a question for our legal department about putting something on a deed, because we'd be very apprehensive, I think, on that, but not to say that it hasn't happened before.
When I want to buy a lot by the railroad, is the railroad or are you guys able to supply, normal, or there's 4 trains a day come through? 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening, 1 at 3 in the morning all the time, or, is there any, obviously schedules change, but there has to be averages and.
Yeah, and we can get that from the city. We don't like to say that, because then if the train comes 4 times a day instead of 3, then the homeowners are coming after us, that we lie to them and what have you, but, that would be a verbal, probably, communication with the buyer. But as far as written, we do identify the rail line and who the rail line is, so that there is an opportunity that the buyer can reach out to the rail line and contact
That's
them
the
that way.
concern he expressed, though, is that they are going to reach out to the rail.
Well, as far as
I think she
times,
said
I'm
before.
talking about as far as timing
Oh,
of
got it.
travel and that sort
That's
of
a good
thing.
point, Doug.
But we do indicate that we do not plan to mitigate for noise based on that use.
Yeah, because I, as a prospective buyer, would want to know these things. I would expect that people would be sharp enough to ask those questions in the buying process, so. All right.
So do you provide any, any additional information, just like everything verbally? Like, you don't say like any booklet or anything which gives like a study of like how the frequency of the trains and all the other things, like Commissioner?
We
asked?
can provide a handout to the buyer from the rail line, but we wouldn't commit to saying how many times that train goes, because like I said, it could change, and we just tell you that there's a rail line next to your house and there's noise associated with that.
So, assuming, you get approval, and you'll be coming back to us for final.
Yep.
Between now and then, would you investigate with your legal department whether,
Yeah.
the clause that Twin Cities and Western is
Yes.
requesting can be added to the deeds?
Yep.
And whether there's ramifications there to DR Horton?
Yep. We're actually meeting with the rail line too, after this meeting, sometime in the next week or so, to discuss other matters. So yes, we can even discuss that with them too.
Okay.
Go ahead. I wanted to note on this topic, just so that the planning commission is aware, when Clover Ridge Drive was built, knowing that there would be residential in proximity to the railroad, there was additional investment that went in to make it a silent crossing, which means that the train is not obligated to blow its horn as it's going across that section, that particular crossing. So there was some, noise mitigation from that perspective invested in at the time the neighborhood was originally developed. So I just wanted to make you aware of that aspect. I don't know if that necessarily, changes all noise. It doesn't address all noise. I can hear the train from my house, and I live, about a mile away. But yeah, I just wanted you to be aware that element does exist in the neighborhood.
Yeah, there aren't too many places you can live in Chaska without hearing a
Right.
train.
Yep.
Occasionally, that's part of our charm. I just wanted, so is the railroad guy off?
No,
Or-
I think he's still
I just
there.
want to know if the public hearing is closed or not yet. That's trying to follow the rules here a little bit.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind me following up, so we run a minimum of 2 trains a day over this line, and they go at all hours of the day and night. In addition to the regular freight trains that we run, we also run unit trains. So there could be 8 trains a day on this line at times. And the statement made prior about the crossing is true. This is a quiet zone, so there are no train horns as a general rule. The train can blow its horn if it feels that it's necessary for the safety of the train and the public. But it is a quiet zone. But there can be substantial traffic on this line, and there is no real set schedule.
Yeah, my understanding is, from what you just said, it can be anywhere from 2 to 8 times a day, right now. Okay. All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Dalkey, if I had,
I just want to close the public hearing.
I don't know if I have questions of Mr. Olson and the developer.
Oh.
Do I do that within the public hearing portion, or do I
I
wait
don't
till we
know how
close?
to,
Follow up?
Probably, since
Okay, yeah, that's fine, let's,
Yeah,
let's do it that way, then, let's do it now.
I
If
have one
anybody who
other-
has questions.
If you want to go first, or?
Go ahead, Commissioner Riley, you go first.
Okay.
You brought it up, and
So a couple of things I'd like to drill into a little bit so that we can understand a little bit better is so could we look at the tot lot? You indicated the tot lot is by the retention pond, and the residents see Lot 21, Section 2. Can we pull that up and take a look at it?
And Travis, you might need to help direct me of where exactly you were referring to.
can you zoom it in anymore, Liz, or not?
I don't know how to do that. Oh, there we go. It's gonna be very pixelated. I haven't been able to solve that unfortunately, but
It's the lot right there in the center, the big pie-shaped one.
this one?
No. Up.
Oh, here.
That one.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner Riley, with your questions.
And the tot lot is proposed south of the pond currently? Is that right? Okay.
In the light green,
Yep.
or the brown, or, yeah, okay, thank you.
There it is.
So, to the developer, is there an opportunity to shift that pond to the south in order to gain another lot on the north side of the pond to offset the Lot 21, Section 2? Is that something
I
site-wise?
don't believe there is, based on the current situation. I have Corey with me here tonight. He can probably answer that better. The idea of putting the tot lot where it is, it's in the natural area, it's adjacent to the natural area, and it's adjacent to the trail system that connects the two neighborhoods. So to us, it makes most sense to put it there. People have to walk there, and that's how you find it. But that's why we put it there, is because of the creek and the natural area.
Okay.
Okay. Is this,
Yeah, about
you want
the
to talk about site
pond-
constraints?
The ponding.
Good evening, Corey Meyer with Westwood Professional Services. So I'm a landscape architect by training, and generally when we design park systems, we try to make them meaningful, that there's a destination, there's alternatives, there's pedestrian connections, and, the placement of a tot lot just kind of smack in the middle of, with homes all around it, while maybe arguably more convenient for travel purposes, it's, in our opinion, it's more a meaningful experience. You can take your kid, go down to the tot lot, you can also go on the trail, you can go exploring, through the woods and stuff like that. So it's not just, about sheer closeness to it. There's also implications for those homes that are directly adjacent to it with the noise and stuff that happens with the tot lot. So in our opinion, it's kind of trying to balance those things, having it convenient. Usually when we talk about park planning, we talk about a 5-minute walk radius as being kind of what those areas serve, and that's generally about a quarter mile. Every lot in here is within a quarter mile of that tot lot. So it's not like an extraordinary ask for those people to, go down to that area and use that tot lot as we've got it located.
And I think just since we're talking about the tot lot, too, Travis brought it up, and to me, it makes it all the more important, I think, that you guys become part of the Jonathan Association, because if the tot lots, or, is there a tot lot in Sagewood?
Yes.
And it's not being maintained by that HOA very well? at
The
least?
HOA has been turned over at this point.
To,
To the homeowners.
To the homeowners, okay.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I think Jonathan Association itself, I think does a decent job of their little parks. I have a little tot lot right by my place, and it's, you know, it's old, but it's in good shape, you know, and I think that's why it would be important to think about, one thing to think about before starting up a separate association there.
Sure. And I'm sorry, not to change subjects, but there was also a comment made about it be maintained turf around that, and that is the case. That's what our plans show, that we have a maintained area around the tot lot, so it's not just looks overgrown. And then finally, I guess the other point they'll bring up is we have the utility lines crossing from the east side on Clover Ridge Preserve, and they cross the creek in that area underneath that trail. So that's also another kind of an area that makes sense to have that trail, and therefore the pond couldn't really expand, you know, because we have that area that we have to reserve for the utilities.
And just to be clear on the tot lot, there is, part of that is turf?
Yes.
Correct.
The heavy usage area, and so, okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Riley.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's probably, might be some bouncing back and forth, but
Stay up here, Corey.
Commissioner Olson, I didn't follow you completely on Outlot C. Could you explain to us Outlot C? Are you saying,
Yeah, that,
Yeah.
where Liz has it. So they've tried to preserve trees, and there's a handful. So I mean, I think if we zoom in on that, on the number 2 on the PDF that was presented, you know, you'd be able to see that there are some trees that they tried to preserve, but it's just an island that's probably half a lot size wide.
so you'd advocate, you're developing Outlot C as a trade-off to not developing on, for instance, on the cul-de-sac?
Well, extending up to the north,
Okay.
basically not doing the cul-de-sac to the north, so it looks more natural of coming down and through and having trees that come down to, you know, the south side. Or eliminate that and take away, you know, take away the north lot, the north cul-de-sac. There's got to be something there. That island of trees in the middle of the houses doesn't make sense, just like the one lot in the cul-de-sac left open doesn't make sense. It's do something that's sensible versus just to do this little preservation. That's really the ask there.
Is that an opportunity here, do you think? You know the site constraints.
We actually walked this area with staff, and this was a notable area of trees to save based on the size of the trees. And I believe Liz probably misspoke when she was talking about the conservation easement. It wouldn't be part of Sagewood, it would be abutting Sagewoods conservation area, so it would be, theoretically, Jonathan would own the outlot with the easement over it. Same thing with this miscellaneous outlot. Jonathan would own that with a conservation easement over it.
And you agree with that, Liz? Okay.
And again, I just want to reiterate that we feel that we've addressed the neighbors' concerns more than enough, and honestly, we can't lose any more lots out here. So that's my little plug. Thank you.
Would you like me to talk about some of the reasons behind some of the tree losses and the ones that he's identified particularly?
I think,
I think you asked the question why we're losing some of these trees.
It's the lose, but also what can we do to preserve? Right. Yes.
Sure, yeah. And that's a big function while we're here. I mean, to Commissioner Olson's.
Yeah,
we want everyone that lives in this area to not wake up in the morning and have regrets and have a hard time drinking their coffee. So this is your opportunity to explain to them why they can enjoy their coffee.
Liz, if you can go to the first, start maybe at the top, the first page. So there's a number of things in play here. Without a laser pointer, it's kind of difficult, but the upper right one up by the cul-de-sac, it's, from a grade perspective, is not too far out of whack, but there's a 10-foot small utility corridor that always happens outside the right-of-way. That's where all the small utilities go. That's kind of, that tree's in the way of all the small utilities. The other lone one that's circled, actually, we are saving that one. That was an error. It got accidentally marked with an X. So that additional 22-inch bur oak will be saved. That's with the retaining wall incorporated next to it.
And Liz and Nate, you got that? Okay.
And
Want to
then
make sure somebody does, because
and then the group of two there that are also identified, that's just purely a grading differential. By the time that house gets built and the associated backyard, there's like a 5.5 foot delta between finished grade and existing grade. And those trees simply can't take 5.5 feet of fill over their roots. They just won't survive that way. So that's just a function of the grading, and not much opportunity really to play with the grades there, just given it's just a cul-de-sac. You know, we're tying in right away, and everything has to meet city engineering standards.
is there a general rule? I know it's hard to save trees within lots. We used to have a very smart tree person on the council that knew all these things, and it wasn't me. So how far away do you have to stay from a root system before, you know, that tree might look good for a couple of years, but
Right.
it's destined to fail at some point?
Right. That's a good question. Generally, in the industry, we try to keep, it depends on the tree species. Some are more susceptible to root damage than others. Others can handle, a certain degree, quite a bit more than oaks. Oaks are generally more susceptible to root disturbance. So we generally got to be a little bit more careful and cautious and leave a little bit more room than what we normally would. When you develop and try to plan and leave trees around houses, you also have to consider the long-term implications, that you're not creating a hazard for that homeowner down the road. So generally, we're talking a minimum of 15 to 20 feet is what we would like to do, or keep that distance from the house to that tree. And then you also have to look at the amount of root zone that you're disturbing. Generally, you don't want to disturb more than 30% on an oak. And to the degree of how much fill and cut they can handle, it depends a lot on soil conditions and hydrology and stuff like that. So there's a lot of science behind it. There's no hard and fast rule, I guess, is the answer I'll give you. So if we could go to page 2, I think it's a lot of the same situation. Starting on the right-hand side, the tree that's closest to the road just off the south, again, that's a drainage and utility easement issue. It'd be nice to save that with, we already have a sizable cluster of trees that we're already saving there. The other two that are in is that lot 8 or block 8? But those two, the one inside the lot is basically right in where the edge of the home's going to be. Not much ability to really reconfigure that with setbacks and everything. The other one is a grading differential issue. There'd be about 3.5 feet of fill over top of that root zone. The group on the left, moving over to where that trail is, the 6 of those right adjacent, yep, like Liz is pointing there, those are impacted by the construction of the utility corridor. So the utilities are getting dug at a certain depth, and you have to have one-to-one sidewalls as they're constructing those. So by digging that utility corridor out, that's what's causing those tree losses. The other one that's on the north side of the trail, kind of lone, yep, that one. That one that was another mistake. That one should be saved. We worked our grading plan to save that, and we will, in final plans, get that adjusted. And then number 4, the other one, just circling back all the way up to the top there, I think that's a drainage issue. We'll look at that one a little bit more. We might be able to do something, but I can't guarantee anything.
That's in
on
number
that
4?
one. Yeah.
Okay.
On that block 4 there. And then I guess you know, Deb kind of already talked about the last page, you know, the idea of simply just getting rid of the cul-de-sac and 5 lots lost. It's just it's a no-go from a financial perspective. So, any questions on any of those?
The trees that are affected by the utility excavation, is that an opportunity where you can utilize a trench box and drag it through there instead of, and try to not impact?
We can work with staff, I guess. I'm not a civil engineer, so I can't exactly say that, but we will certainly investigate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else before we close public hearing?
Couple
I
more. I know.
had the one comment. Mine is more on the railroad and the information that's provided. And Binks, you're talking about being in the Jonathan Association. What Jonathan covenants are going to be put in with this development? Because I live in Jonathan, and there's a whole stack of covenants, and I would think the railroad information could be included in that.
Yeah, we can look at doing.
Because then it goes on to everybody that purchases in the future.
Yep, we can definitely look at
good-
including something in there.
That's a good
This, with Jonathan, so by adding this neighborhood, they create their own kind of declaration, legal documents specifically, but they still follow the Jonathan rules and everything. So, but yeah, that's something that we could definitely explore.
So I'm trying to be respectful of people's time, so I apologize. But the sidewalk maintenance issue, so you're far along in the discussions with Jonathan. Would that be Jonathan maintained sidewalks along the?
That is a good question that I
North Road?
don't have, yeah, I don't have an answer to that. I would
Be good to-
guess that is something that we could include into a maintenance plan with them, but we haven't gone into detail.
Okay.
Well, when you turn over, when you're done with a neighborhood and it becomes part of, in this case, hopefully the Jonathan Association, they assume the responsibility for all maintenance for that type of. I
Typically, but
assume
it's
they look at what they get from you, and if it's in good enough shape, they say, okay, we'll take it from here. that
yes,
how that
typically, they're already, so when we create an association, they're a part of the association from day one. It's just D.R. Horton sits on the board of directors until we sell out the community, basically, and then we turn it over to the homeowner. So there is already a level of maintenance happening while we're in control of it. But the sidewalks are on a public road, so that's a detail we'd have to work out with staff and Public Works as far as maintenance of the sidewalks.
Okay, can you just take that as an action item?
Yep.
Assuming you get approval, that when we come back for final?
Yep.
That we'll have a plan?
Yep.
Thanks.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the public hearing closed then at this point. We don't have anybody else, I should ask first.
I'm not seeing
And
anyone
nobody on
else.
Zoom?
No, I don't see
All right. We're going to close the public hearing at 8:38, bring it back to the commission for more comment before we entertain any motions. Go ahead, I will save my comments for last.
Okay.
You guys usually cover them anyway.
So, I mean, there's a few things there, right? And so the question is do we just ask, make a recommendation that they work on these things, or do we add conditions?
Well, one of my comments would be to add a condition that there's agreement between the staff and developer on trees, because we obviously, there was a couple that are different, and I think we could add a condition, however we'd want to word it, about,
Clarifying.
yeah, agreement to tree preservation plan. And I think we can add that before putting a motion together.
Okay.
We would just give it another condition number 12, or number 20, I guess would be. So,
And
and
that-
we would include that when making the motion.
Yep, and then there was a few things there. It was that outlot C, whether that was the right spot, if it was the right balance of location versus tree preservation. And then there was the individual trees that we looked at here, right?
Yeah, and I think that individual
that's a big one.
trees, we can put, that needs to be part of that tree preservation plan, that condition we're gonna add. So as far as the tot lot goes, to me, it sounds like a matter of perspective.
No, I wasn't talking about the tot lot. I was
Oh, you were
about
just
that-
talking about the trees in
That
the area?
outlot C,
Oh,
which is kind
outlot,
of the
okay, I'm
half,
sorry.
the half lot, sandwiched between two houses, whether that was the right spot really to preserve trees.
Again, to me, that's perspective, but I don't think getting rid of trees, because it doesn't make sense in that area, now we're getting rid of trees.
Yeah, I think what the residents are advocating is that we get rid of those trees, but save some of the trees in more of the clustered area, in more of the common area. Up at, in the cul-de-sac location of Oak Creek Circle. So there might be a trade-off, with some of the tree removals here in Oak Creek Circle. Save some of those and let Outlot C get developed. I hope I'm capturing that correctly.
You guys have any comment on that, or?
I guess if it's all right with the commission, I think that, the condition, we'll make sure that we focus on that piece, right? As part of the condition that's being suggested right now. I don't know, how specific you're looking to get with the condition itself, but I think from staff, we've heard the conversation tonight. I think the objective is to try and preserve as many trees as possible, and that's certainly what we've been working towards, and I think we need to continue to try to squeeze that sponge as tight as we can, right?
Yeah, I think
As
we
go
call
towards
it
final.
agreement on, tree preservation and placement plan, or whatever we call it, that should, your notes from everything we've talked about should be covered in that condition, as far as the trees go. Any other comments?
And then our recommendations to them are Twin Cities and Western Railroad, see if you can get that on the deed.
Yeah.
The other recommendation was talk to Jonathan and the city, figure out the sidewalk maintenance. To, it looks like we're kind of conceding the tot lot, right? That we're saying leave it down by the pond is okay with us. Is that where we're at?
All I was saying about that, it's a for me, it was I can see wanting it to be more centrally located, but I can also see Horton's perspective of, there's more nature down there, it's a cooler spot to have it. So I don't know that we need to.
I know for me, it was adequately addressed by the developer.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay, then I would take a motion on this action. Otherwise, it's right here if you want to.
There you go. Okay, I'll make a motion to this. City Council for approval of preliminary plat for the 102 lot development on 52 acres of land, subject to the following condition, the following,
I
now
think it was-
20
Right.
provisions.
Yep, additional condition. All right, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. We also need a motion to rezone from open to PRD 85.
I'll make the motion to recommend the rezoning from open to planned multi-use district,
Planned residential district.
planned residential district 85, PRD 85.
I second.
And a second, thank you. Any discussion there? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, that motion carries. All right, thank you. I think this was a very good compromise between the neighbors and the developer, and address the things that came up tonight, and I think this is how it's supposed to work. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, 7C. You might not believe it, but another public hearing. This is the recommend approval of the preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for the Gallery Chaska Apartments Chase Real Estate, PC number 2022-21. Travis, you're still out on this one. Liz, please go ahead.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. We have a preliminary site and building plan and a preliminary plat this evening for the project known as the Gallery Chaska Apartments, formerly known as the Clover Field Apartments that we referenced in our last presentation. And this project is being proposed by Chase Real Estate. The second step in the process, another step to go. The site is highlighted on the aerial shown on our screens here. So it's technically located within the Clover Ridge development. The site is directly abutting on Clover Ridge Drive. You have the Twin Cities and Western Railroad on the northern edge of the site. Additional residential and Clover Ridge properties directly abutting on the northeasterly side, southeasterly side, and southern sides of this site, all of which are in Clover Ridge. So Clover Ridge dates back to 2000, the year 2000, when the concept plan was approved for the overall neighborhood of Clover Ridge. And then dating all the way up to December of 2021 is when we saw the first concept plan come through for this site in particular. And as I noted before, it was coupled with the Sagewood Third, now known as Oak Creek's concept plan. They were coupled together during that December 2021 concept plan approval. So a couple changes since that concept plan was done relating to the overall unit count as well as the building layout that's being proposed this evening. So what's being proposed is 175 units in a 4-story building. The building will have a pitched roof and 1 level of underground parking. The section cut of that building is shown on this upper right image. And then in comparison to the December 2021 concept plan, showed a 162-unit building with 4 stories, a flat roof, and 2 levels of underground parking. And during that time when the concept plan came through, it was being proposed by the developer. There wasn't an end user identified, but now we do have a stakeholder in place who is moving forward with this site and plan. So the previous concept plan in December of 2021, the section cut drawing is shown just below the proposed section cut of the apartment building, just to give you a comparison of then versus now. And then just directly below that, we wanted to show kind of the overall layout and building footprint that was shown during December and up to now. The December 2021 layout is shown on the bottom most image, and then the proposed layout is shown just above that. So you can see that the building footprint has changed slightly to what was approved back in December of 2021. So 2021 showed a U-shaped building with much of the westerly facade really facing out towards the wetland and adjacent residential. Now they're showing more of an H-shaped building with kind of their main patio area oriented in that internal portion of the building, so that westerly facade really does get broken up with the layout of the building proposed. Relating back to our comp plan and the Clover Ridge plan, the comprehensive plan guides this area to be high-density residential, shown in brown in the topmost image from our 2040 plan, as well as open space, so the proposal is consistent with this. And then as it relates to the Clover Ridge plan, it did guide this area for multifamily residential, which the proposal is also consistent with this. And the property today is currently zoned Plan Multi-Use District Number 15, which is the zoning for Clover Ridge. So the current request is for preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat approval for a new 175-unit market rate apartment building. The site that they are looking at, again, is a building pad that's been out there since very well to the conception of Clover Ridge. So the overall site that this area encompasses is roughly 28 acres in size. However, they're only looking at a mere under 6 acres of that total acreage for the apartment site. There is a wetland that's been delineated on site, and a majority of that will be preserved. The site plan is being shown on this screen. So again, this is a 175-unit building, and as you can see closer up, it's more of an H-shaped with kind of a wing component attached to that. Access to this site is, the main access would be proposed off of Clover Ridge Drive. And then with the addition or installation of Oak Creek Drive, which again is the main road extension into the Oak Creek development, they will be able to get a secondary access off of that road extension. So that would be a kind of a main access into their underground parking, as their garage doors for that are oriented on the northern side there. Just one component as it relates to the site plan and kind of what they're showing for pedestrian connections. They have some sidewalk systems within the site that will connect out into kind of the greater system along Clover Ridge Drive, is being able to provide a connection in between kind of the main entrance and the southerly parking lot area, as there's already a sidewalk there. So providing kind of that continuity is one of our comments. The developer is also showing, so as it exists today, there is a kind of a multi-use maintenance path that stubs off, basically where it's bolded right now on this site plan drawing is a stub off of a multi-use trail, which provides access to some stormwater ponding that's owned by the city. The intention of this trail has always been to extend it when this site developed. So they are showing the extension of that to continue along the westerly edge of their development, which will be owned by the city of Chaska. And then it'll ultimately connect into Oak Creek Drive, and that public trail or regional trail will extend and maintain the width that it's proposed today to the sidewalk system that's on Clover Ridge Drive, which ultimately turns into that regional trail on the westerly side of Clover Ridge Drive. So this is a big interlinking component that's being added with this development. One of the pieces with the proposal is the parking for the site. So they are proposing a parking provision that falls under our normal 2-to-1 ratio, so 2 parking stalls per dwelling unit. They are proposing a 1.8 parking stall per dwelling unit provision on the site. And they have provided analysis from other precedent projects that they've worked on and have completed all throughout the Twin Cities area. And their analysis has shown in these other apartment sites is that they need a 1.6 parking stall provision per dwelling unit, mainly in these suburban contexts. So the 1.8 is well over what they normally provide, and they feel very comfortable with the provision of that. In addition to that, there'll be well over a 1-to-1 ratio for parking stall to bedroom count for the project, which is what we've used before in other projects like Lake Jonathan Flats. So they're showing 182 underground stalls and then 131 above ground stalls for a total of 313 parking stalls. One of the bigger pieces of the site plan and where we sit today with what's proposed is the landscaping provision for this site is not meeting our landscape ordinance requirements. The size of this building requires that they meet 603 caliber inches. For the building proposed, they're proposing 302 caliber inches. So they're well below what we normally require. In addition, they are deficient in the understory category, so they have some work to do to bolster up their landscape plan to meet our requirements. Before I get to that one, just wanted to note, again, some of the pedestrian amenities that they're proposing. So the proposed patio and plaza space is kind of in between the buildings shown here. It'll be a level with kind of the first level of this building. It'll have kind of an overview or an overlook of the adjacent wetland. Lots of different uses of the proposed patio within that space, which would include an outdoor pool, a grilling area, a fire pit, places for people to sit and eat, as well as a very landscaped exterior. They've also included a couple section cut drawings of the building as it relates to Sophia Drive, being that Sophia Drive is kind of oriented to the west and south of this proposal. There were concerns about what's being viewed from that area, so the developer has put together a couple section cuts just to give people that understanding of the relationship between those two areas. So it's showing roughly about a 600-foot distance between these two sites, and then the relationship of elevation compared to both of them. These are the elevation drawings of the proposed building. So this is the front side, so on what we would consider probably the east side of the site, this is what would be seen. The bottom one would be opposite of that, so on the west side of the building. And again, this is showing the full extent of what's on the west side. And then a couple other views as well, if we need to refer back. So they're proposing a mix of building materials, which would include brick, rock face block, which would be both rock face and a decorative rock face, fiber cement siding, which would come in a couple variations of applications on the buildings, as well as some architectural metal siding in a couple variations as well. We've had a chance to go visit a very similar building in Burnsville with these different proposed materials on it, and concluded that it was a very quality building that was being shown out there. I also wanted to include the construction access route, which I failed to include in the Oak Creek one, but I knew I included it somewhere as well. They are following a similar plan in terms of construction access, where all construction access would come from Pioneer Trail to the north into the site. And they'll have signage to promote that as well. So I think the biggest thing that they need to work on for final is the landscape plan, bolstering that up to meet our requirements would be kind of the big step for them leading into the final. So in conclusion, we are asking to make one motion tonight, which is to recommend approval of the preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat of the Gallery Chaska Apartments, and then based on the conditions that are listed in the staff report. The city council date is the same as the other projects noted, which is Monday, April 18th, which is the following Monday from now, and able to meet in this room or via Zoom, whatever people prefer. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we do have the developer here too to answer questions as well.
All right, thank you, Liz. Commission, any questions for staff or developer before we open up the public hearing? Okay. That being the case, I'm going to open up the public hearing at 9 o'clock. So as before, anybody who wants to present, please come on up, give us your name and address, and try to be as brief as you can while making your points. I think you're up.
Okay. Do you have the document handy? And I think you all will have a copy of this document that I prepared as well. First of all, my name is Wade Sorensen. I live at 1456 Sophia Drive. So I'm basically directly southwest of the proposed property. And the document that I pulled together here, there's 3 key points that I want to talk about. Largely my core emphasis here is going to be the size of this thing, the sheer size. It's gigantic, right? And I want to go through some of the statistics on the property and where I don't think it meets city code. And there might be some interpretation on this, so we can walk through that. Looking at the document that I provided, I wanted to start out with the elevation diagram that the developer provided, right, which shows kind of the elevation change. I think it's about a 20-foot difference between where this property is going to sit versus Sophia Drive and Sophia Circle. So yes, there's about a 600-foot pond between the properties, but then we've got not a 200-foot, but it's actually a 400-foot wide property sitting. So basically from our backyards, we're going to look up 20 feet and see a 400-foot wide structure, okay? Yes, I realize that they've broken up the westerly facing of it, but it's still 400 feet wide, right? That's not going to impact it. So the second diagram that I created, that's not from the developer, that just shows in proportion what a 400-foot wide structure would look like, okay, compared to the houses and the pond. The last diagram on the bottom here, the orange highlight, what I did is I overlaid basically the Home Depot store footprint, okay? So the Home Depot store here in Chaska is basically the same size as this structure that they're proposing, okay? So essentially what's being proposed, and it's going to be twice as tall as the Home Depot store, right? So essentially in our backyards, we're going to have a double-decker Home Depot store, that's 20 feet higher than our houses to begin with, okay? So, and realize there are single-family houses on 3 sides of this property, okay? You got Oak Creek, you got Clover Ridge, and you got all the other single-family houses on the east side. So I'm not sure this is really the smartest way to develop a neighborhood, okay? So that size perspective, I think, is important, and I just want you guys to all think about that as you consider voting for this. Going to the second page. I want to do a quick history lesson on this area, right? So yes, in May of 2000, the city approved the Clover Ridge documents, whatever they were called. One of the documents for the neighborhood guidelines documents talks about density. And in there, the maximum density that was approved back then for apartments, 4-story, with an elevator, type 1 construction. Now, I realize this isn't necessarily type 1 construction, they're still working on that, but it's still 24 units. 24 units per acre should be the max capacity for this property. That's according to what the City Council has approved. Looking at this property as it's been proposed, I believe it's 31.25 units per acre, substantially higher than what should be allowed. For them to actually meet the requirement, they'd have to drop down to 134 apartments. Okay, so I would definitely require that that is one of the, in order to approve this, they need to reduce the number of units. Putting this into perspective again, down the street there's Cloverfield Apartments. They've got 117 units, and that's a gigantic building already. This is like 35, 50% bigger than that. Chaska Place Apartments, 129 units. So this would be one of the largest, if not by far the largest apartment building in Chaska, plopped right in the middle of a whole bunch of single families. Again, my key point here, this proposal is far, far too big. It needs to be reduced in size. All right, if we jump to the third point here, the next page, I want to talk a little bit on the tree cover concept, which Liz already touched on. The tree cover requirement is very interesting. It's very subtle, but really what this is doing is this is driving the density that can be there, right? Because the tree cover is based on the actual building square footage. Because this is such a gigantic building being proposed, that's why the tree cover requirement is so large. And, so I think it's 603 caliper inches are required, and they're saying that they can only provide 603 inches are required. They're proposing to give 302, half of the required trees. And in their response, they said, this requirement cannot practically be accomplished. At 6 acres, the site is not large enough to account for this generic requirement. So basically what they're saying is they can't find the room to put these trees on 6 acres. So they've taken up so much of the property with the building and the parking lot that they're saying we don't have room for trees. The right approach is absolutely not to give them a variance. The right approach in this case, shrink down the building, which will then allow them to shrink down the parking lot, which then gives them more room for trees. And by shrinking the building, there's fewer trees required anyway. Okay, so definitely would ask you guys, do not give them the variance that they've requested when it comes to tree cover. Lastly, if you can go to the next page, this last one is going to be a little bit controversial, and Liz may have a different opinion on this than what I'm going to talk about here. So yes, this is PMD, a Planned Multi-Use Development District, okay? I think PMD 15. Now, when that was created, the Clover Ridge specific instance, PMD 15, the development standards for apartments were not defined. So there's a little snippet here of the actual city ordinance. So there's no development standards in that ordinance, but there are standard ordinances looking at 4.5.3 and 4.2.6. These are the ordinances that apply to PMDs and PRD developments, specifically residential developments in PMD. And if you look at 4.2.6, I'm getting a little wonky here, but this is kind of important. The language says, certain minimal development standards are deemed necessary and shall apply to all PRD proposals. Now, in contractual terms, the word shall is critical. Shall means you must. It's an imperative directive. It's not optional. So if we are looking at 4.2.6, and this applies, in that case, these 5 requirements, and there's only 5 of them, it's not huge, but these 5 requirements would be required to be met by these developments. And if you drill into them, and I'm only going to drill into one of them, but the building setbacks and the floor area ratio are both not being met. So the next page, I just drill into the floor area ratio. Again, floor area ratio is very similar to the tree requirement. It's based on the total square footage of the property divided by the lot size, essentially, right? What what the Chaska city law says is the floor area ratio has to be no more than 0.5. So 0.5 of the lot, half the lot, that's the max size that the building can be as far as square footage goes. If you do the math, you know, it's a 5.6 acre property, or, yeah, the lot itself is 5.6 acres. The building footprint is 1.1 acres per floor. With 4 floors, you're at 4.5 acres of floor space. That would give you an FAR ratio of 0.79, which again, per city law, they would, you know, you guys have said the FAR ratio should be at 0.5 for a PRD. So again, if we were to be in compliance with this requirement, it would need to be at 122,000 square feet, which is about a 70,000 square foot reduction in the total floor space. Based on, if you were to aggregate that down, that would result in approximately 115 units in this property, okay? So I want you to think about those. You know, again, all these point to the fact that a 175 unit apartment building is far, far too big for this property. It's far too big for the neighborhood, and you guys need to get this thing under control, because this would be a monstrous development to put in the middle of Clover Ridge. Thank you.
So, question for you.
Yeah.
So what can you live with when you get up and drink your coffee?
Well, what would you want to live with, right?
I'm asking you.
So, again, I think it's reasonable to say that, yes, this has been deeded to be, or zoned to be multifamily / apartments. And if you look across the street, what do we see? There's a whole bunch of these townhomes. Smaller buildings, there's more of them, but they're not that big. You don't have this 400-foot big structure. Again, in my perspective, what would fit here, this needs to be something in the low hundreds. This can't be 175 units. That's gigantic. Okay, even 115, I mean, Clover, was it the Cloverfield Apartments at 117, Lake Jonathan Flats 117. That seems to be a reasonably sized apartment complex. You can have the amenities, you have enough, you know, capacity to have more amenities at that size. What's being proposed here, I think, honestly, I think the developer is going to, like, we're going to plop everything on there and see what they make us pull back with, right? And that's what they're doing. And so I just think something in the low hundreds is much more appropriate for this property.
And I think you did a great job on this and laid it out in a very logical progression for us. And so if I read this correctly, that really probably 134 units and 3 stories rather than 4 is about right.
That would make a lot of sense, yeah. I mean, and you think about the elevation change and the impact that that elevation has, especially for us on Sophia Drive, where we're looking up. I mean, basically, if it's a 20 feet higher to begin with, it's 55 feet tall. That's a 75-foot tall building from our perspective. So.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Beth Sanchez. I live at 1448 Sophia Drive. I'm not as technical as Wade. I'm more emotional about all of this. We moved into our house in May of 2018, and we bought the property because of what's in the back. And it's the nature preserve that's in the back, or the wetland, I'm sorry. And on any of the 2040 plan and the comprehensive plan, it's always been a green space. And none of the plans in zoning, it's never been a road back there. I understand that the apartment complex was zoned back there, but there's never been a road to be zoned back there. And as part of, I think, the compromises with the builder for the Oak Creek addition, the road's there. I don't like to drink my coffee seeing the road, but it's going in as a compromise, as I've understood it. And I'd just like to say that at one of the city council meetings that I was at, they talked about the aesthetics of the Kelzer property and preserving that as a historical property because it was something that was pleasing to see as you drove into Chaska. And when I look at that property and I look at the property that's being proposed with this apartment complex, those two don't meet. They're not anywhere in any type of a compromise. You've got the historical property here, and then you've got this gigantic, brand-new apartment complex, as Wade said, being plopped down in a residential area where we have houses on one side of it, we have townhomes on the other side. So I would just, if you know that area, it's a beautiful area. It's already been compromised because of the townhomes to the north, and I understand that we need housing. But at what extent are we going to go to get that and then to disrupt the green space that this has always been proposed as, the road I'm talking about, not the apartment complex. But I just, please consider that the area that we have, again, once we lose it, we can't get it back. That will never, ever come back once it's gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Anyone else?
We have someone online.
There is someone online?
Yep.
All
We
right.
have Carrie.
Go ahead, whoever's online, give us your name, address, and then go ahead.
Hello, this is Kerry Brett again with the City of Western Railroad. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One is that the crossing at the road Clover Ridge is a quiet zone. And so you don't hear train whistles there. And the developments that are proposed on both sides and the one we talked about previously is going to increase density there considerably. And I think the potential for accidents at this intersection being a quiet zone is increased significantly with the more people we have. Secondly, we want to make sure that the drainage requirements are complied with so that there isn't any additional water, either in volume or intensity, that will be added to the Twin City Railroad. We do have some structures, some culverts under the railroad that are going to have to be rehabilitated in order to accommodate some of this. And we want to make sure that the size of those will not have to be increased because of the development that's occurring. And those are my comments on these developments here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's crossing arms there, though, right? Signals?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
All right. Go ahead, Travis.
Travis Olson, 1439 Sophia Drive. The one point that wasn't made, and in lieu of Commissioner Brass not being here, the one thing that's missing from this is a tot lot. They are proposing not to be part of Jonathan. They are saying that they are for, we'll say, millennials and empty nesters. Well, there are empty nesters that do have grandkids that they do have within their courtyard area. I would propose that they have a section that would be for, the children that would be visiting, because they are asking not to be part of Jonathan, that they should be, just like with everybody else, you have to supply your amenities for your guests and your residents. And tot lot, now I don't say tot lot, but they have the courtyard that they need to incorporate some kind of playground area within that courtyard to be able to accommodate their residents. That's all.
Thank you, Travis. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:18, bring it back to the commission for comments and questions additional.
I have a couple of
Go ahead.
questions. The first one is, it says it's a 5.26 acre lot. Does that include the road that's going in for Oak Creek?
It does not, no.
Okay. And I quickly did some numbers here. And they could easily meet the parking requirements if they reduce it down to the 134 units that was proposed by one of the others. And using that road quite often, there is no street parking there. If residents have a number of guests, there's not going to be any parking place for them to park. And that road gets busy. And there's parking for the residents across the road, but I don't believe there's any parking on the west side. I see that as a big concern for this project.
Yeah, right now, there's nothing on that side. Yeah, it's open.
Commissioners, the developer just let me know that he had prepared some remarks as well. So I know the public hearing is closed, but I just want to let you know that.
Nope, that's fine. Come on up, and I'm sure there'll be questions for you anyway.
I did have a small presentation for Liz, some slideshows. I'd like to just show you what our buildings look like. I don't know if there were any imagery in your package, but if I could just spend 3 minutes running through some of our properties, and then I'd like to address some of your comments, and I can take questions. I'm Joe McWayne, by the way. I'm Development Director for Chase Real Estate in the Gallery Apartments. I've been building apartment buildings for about 12 years. I'm also a registered architect, and I've been in the Twin Cities since 2008, pretty much doing this. So this is the front view of the apartment. If I can go to the next slide. What I wanted to show was this top left image. I don't know if you can blow this up at all. But we have a very similar project that we designed about 7 years ago on the Mississippi River, which has a very similar break. So the first thing we did was when we took this, we saw this L-shaped building with a 400-foot wall along the trail. We didn't want to have a 400-foot wall. So we kind of went this direction with the pool bump out and went and set back the majority of that building about 150 feet. So instead, you'll see a 70-foot piece of building, 130 feet stretch of courtyard, landscaping, pool, and then another 70 foot of building. So I think that was a good strategy for us to get a lot of that building mass off the trail so you won't see this big, large building. A typical view on that top right image, Liz, is what our residents experience. I think this is what our residents would experience here at Gallery Chaska. You see the trail below. That was also original trail that we coordinated with the city of St. Paul. So we think it's just going to be a beautiful location for residents who live in these 2-bedroom corner apartments. If you scroll below, I just wanted to show these. This is what we're proposing too. Lots of brick and metal panel. We use metal because it's a better lasting, more durable material. This is one of our smaller courtyards. We have fire pits, grill stations, etc. We can go to the next slide, please. Inside, these are some of our common spaces of our last properties. We use lots of wood. We really try to design something that lasts, a classic style that looks good now and in 30 years from now. Lots of club rooms. Next slide, please. I probably have too many slides, so I can go quick.
I know how to work.
This is, at the top floor, we'll have what we call a sky lounge so that everyone can look over the horizon and see the sunset at night. In the bottom left, we have happy hours for our residents. We have a lot of empty nesters, a lot of retirees that live in our communities. The first people who will probably rent here are likely snowbirds, people who want to see their grandkids, but they don't live here in the winter. We have gyms and yoga studios. Next slide, please. We have a lot of work from home space because a lot of working professionals now don't go to the office anymore. So we build work from home booths, conference rooms. Everyone has coffee. And we continue all of this kind of higher upscale wood trim into all the hallways and into the apartments. And this is another image. We're building this right now in Burnsville. It's a very similar issue in the downtown city of Burnsville. Since 2000, they contemplated their heart of the city design. It's taken 20 years to finally get the apartment building that they planned back in their master plan in 2000, which is very similar to this outcome. And I wanted to show that bottom left and bottom right image. That's, again, one of our St. Paul properties, and that's what I think you'll experience along the regional trail. And that's a view from what you're feeling set back from the mass of the building behind you. If you understand what I mean. We can go to the next slide, and then I think I show you a few typical floor plans. The average unit size here is about 930 square feet, which is a 1+ den. A lot of apartments we design now are for dens, work from home, office space. And then because we have so many corners, because we changed the way that building was shaped, we have about 9, 10, 11 different corners that will become 2-bedroom, really beautiful apartments on that next page. That floor plan. So it's condo-style finishes, laminate wood flooring, granite countertops. I think that I have some images here on page 9 of what our apartments look like. That would be what all those 2-bedroom corners would look like. Lots of windows. Everyone gets a balcony, stained cabinets. Really beautiful apartments. And we have on-site maintenance. We'll probably have 3 or 4 permanent staff who live here, maintain the building, smoke-free. We have bike rental. It'll be a really beautiful property to live in and experience. And then the last page, is that just my questions page? So then, do you want me to address the questions, or I can address any questions you have for me?
Yeah, go ahead and stay up here. I think we've got some questions for
So
you.
first, I just wanted to touch...
Yeah, please finish what you want to say
Yeah,
first.
so I just wanted to show you what we do. We're very proud of what we have been building, actually. See, Chase Real Estate used to be Chase Homes, and in the early 2000s, actually did a lot of work with the property owner, Mike, and built some of those homes on Sophia Drive. And I know Andy Chase has been wanting to be in Chaska with apartment, like a gallery apartment, for over 20 years, and luckily this property came up for sale, and here we are today. So responding to Wade, yes, I agree, you put this presentation together very well. I studied it, and the size, we replicated the size that was here in December. That was about a 47,000 square foot footprint. We basically replicated that footprint, we just modified it. The Home Depot store, I don't know how I can comment on that. Maybe I'll talk about the 24 units per acre. The property we're buying is 27-acre site. DR Horton and the right-of-way and the road consumes about 4 acres of that. The remaining of that, 22 acres, about 16 acres is wetlands. Another acre is dedication for the right-of-way trail. Another 4 acres is our own wetland. So when we originally went into this, I think our initial code zoning was 10 acres. We initially looked at this last fall as a 2-phase property for 240 apartments because we had 10 acres net buildable, you could say, times the 24. But we figured this was already through the neighborhood, this was already contemplated as a single building. We went in that direction. So I think the math just needs to be looked at differently. On the tree cover, I think we submitted a updated landscape plan like 4 days ago. And I think we maybe missed that, but we did improve tree coverage quite significantly. We're not meeting code, but we did reach up to, I'll have to get this to you. But I do want to comment on the tree cover. There's been a lot of talk about trees today. One, there are no significant trees on the property, so everything we do to meet the code will have to be new trees. What's very challenging about the code is that you're taking gross square feet divided by 320. If your average square foot apartment gross is about 1,100, that means every apartment has to plant about 3.5 inches worth of trees. So I looked at this a different way. I looked at what the homes are on Sophia Drive. The average home is 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. And I looked at it that way and thought, well, if those homes had to follow the same code, they would be required to plant about 7 trees. And boulevard trees don't count. And I don't know if you have 7 overstory trees on your site, but you can start to see how the math doesn't really work. I think the math may have, I don't know where that math comes from. It's for commercial properties. It's not in the single family. Do single family properties have to
So for the
subscribe?
planning commission to understand, this is guideline that is in our zoning code. So the math is in there. It has been applied consistently to multifamily apartment complexes, and has been met. I don't want to get ahead of the agenda, but the next item is another multifamily home, and multifamily apartment complex that's being proposed. And as you may have seen in your review of that, they've been able to meet that on a similarly sized site. So, it is something, I think, from staff's perspective that we're looking to work with the developer on and get them up to that caliber.
And I think we haven't voted on anything, so I'm not speaking for everyone, but for myself, you need to have a plan that the city will buy in on. And if they're telling, if it's not
100%
cutting
agree.
it yet.
100% agree. I just see it here.
It's just not yet.
Not yet. We proposed 302, and that's what's in your report. We increased it last week, which we gave to you, we're at 417. If we need to get to 603, our landscape architect doesn't recommend it. Maybe we need to get a different landscape architect. I hope he's not listening. I also had all of our subs, Midwest Landscaping, all these groups look at Fishal's plan and asked, why can't we meet this? And what's interesting is you do want to, I think the Westwood engineer noted this, you need spacing for trees. And if you're going to space your trees out 30 feet apart, which is typically what you want an overstory tree to be, you can't fit them on that.
Is there an opportunity here? Is there an opportunity here? One of the residents' comments was relative to the driveway, that your road that's going to be accessing Oak Creek, cutting across the wetland area. So take some of this tree allocation to provide screening, along that roadway. So you don't have to plant these trees within this postage stamp of
Oh, you mean
of a
put them along the
property when
road
you've
of
got
Horton's
20
Road?
When you said you've got 22 acres, we're looking for the context of the
Yeah, I
entire
think that's a
site.
smart way. I think we need to look at the context because
Might be able to address her needs.
you're right. I mean, this is a 27-acre property, and when you're allocating all these trees to a 5-acre net buildable site, I think that's where the challenge is.
Yeah.
So maybe we have to look at it as a broader context of this site. Okay. That's on tree cover. The tot lot, the last 3 apartments we've opened, we had one family, and usually the families who live at our properties generally are waiting to build a home. So we don't have any families in our buildings. They're typically empty nesters, retirees, or couples who don't have kids. But we do have a lot of space. We have a huge courtyard. Maybe this is the first time we'll consider some type of play structure or something. We can always add one, of course. And finally, on parking. So yes, I did provide Liz a lot of our parking data. Every resident has to get a sticker every car they have on our properties, so we have a count of all of our cars. The properties you visited in Burnsville are right around 1.6 to 1.62 cars per apartment. So at 1.8, we're more than comfortable. We also have to remember that these buildings are never 100% full, and so they're typically 95% occupied. And so those empty apartments, that's what allocates, I guess, to your staff, your guests. But at 1.8, we're more than comfortable with guest parking and the like. So I can take any questions.
Talk to us about Jonathan.
Jonathan Association. My understanding is the property owner, and maybe Mike can speak on this, is in the next couple of weeks, we're supposed to get a release form. I know that there's precedent with the apartment, market rate apartment building to the east of us is not part of the association, so my understanding is we'll be getting a release shortly.
So for the thought lot, right? We never know like who is going to rent your apartment, because right now maybe based on your previous apartments data, you might be thinking that, let's say there are like 20, 30 families wanted to live there and their kids don't have any place to play or anything like that, right? So we can't anticipate like who is going to live, because you don't have any restrictions, some families has to live or anything like that. And coming to the parking lots, right, we never, even that part we never know. I mean, so let's say Thanksgiving or any holiday times, like families might come there to meet their grandparents and all, like, and that too, it's the snow season and we don't have any parking next to the road, because that road is access to the other community. So, I mean, is there something like, if city is it like it's a compulsory to, or like if something like city comes back and say like we definitely need to, are you planning to reduce the number of units to meet that thing, or what are the plans?
In regarding to parking?
Yeah.
So you're saying that there's perhaps not enough parking?
Maybe city comes back and say like this is the code, we need to have like 2 parking spaces or something like that.
Well, yeah, your code's 2 to 1, and initially we provided 2 to 1. Unfortunately, the stormwater requirements for this site are very, very, very challenging. Despite owning 17 acres of wetland, we can't touch it. We have to minimize it up on our site. And in other words, it ate away more parking. But we have to rent apartments. We're building this $30 million project to rent apartments. And if we're not confident in knowing that we're going to have the maximum amount of parking needed, then, I mean, that's our fault. We're not going to make that fault, is my point. That's why we have our internal reviews of how many cars park at all of our properties. We have properties in, Egan, Apple Valley, Burnsville, St. Paul. So I'm just trying to say I'm more than confident at 1.8.
And you said you were averaging about 1.6 at these other ones?
Yep, I'm 99% occupied in Burnsville, which Liz, and we have right at 1.6. See, 1-bedroom apartments, you can count on about 1.4. We own about 2,200 apartments, so we have a good amount of data. The funny thing is 2 bedrooms these days, it's about the same. It used to be much higher. See, all these apartments that were built 30 years ago, there were 3-bedroom apartments. You did have families. Now you have renters by choice. You have young professionals. You have empty nesters, retirees. Now we have that 1.6 cars per 2-bedroom. So when you come together, I don't know what Vichel's putting, but 1.6 is our number. And if we have an excess of 40 stalls available, that'll be guest parking. And I think there's parking on Clover Ridge Drive, parallel.
Only on one side, but it's not the apartment side.
Okay, yeah, and that we don't want to
I don't want to park on the street.
count into anything.
I don't want to park on the street.
And my point on the parking is, every apartment I know, the only one I know that doesn't have on-street parking, but they have a parking lot, is the Jonathan Flats. The rest of the apartments in Chaska that I know, you drive by them in the winter after a snow event, everybody's parking on the road so they can clear the parking lot. This unit, there's no choice for that.
Well, we have 182 stalls underground. So there's 1-to-1 underground. I mean, and there's just circumstances. You got to plow a lot, you got to move cars, and we usually give a 4-hour window to do that. But we don't. That's the reality. A few hours a year, there might be some cars on the street.
Is that how it works? Is that, with your residents, there's some sort of communication mechanism, and you say, make sure everyone's car is out of the lot?
Oh, yeah, we're not going to tow our own residents.
So you tell them, make
Of
sure we're
course.
out of the
Yep,
lot by
yep,
8, between 8
yep.
and noon, and we'll plow? Is that how that works?
Exactly. And then we'll move some of them downstairs, people who work from home, but people who leave during the day, have an empty stall in the basement.
We'll just
Yep, it's a whole logistics matter. It works.
Now, if I remember right, Jonathan Flats is under 2 per
Correct.
unit, right?
They're at 1.7.
1.7. You can drive by Jonathan Flats anytime you want, and that parking lot is never more than half to 2/3 full at any time. That's why I remember when we approved it, it was under 2, and it was a concern. But I guess to prove your point, because I drive by that multiple times a day, and there's, that site would agree with you.
Do we know the capacity of Jonathan Flats as of today?
Not today, no.
Oh, I,
Because
No.
I understand that I don't have a problem with the 1.8.
but yeah, you're right, yeah, I don't know what it is
But
either.
it's the fact that, let's not fool ourselves and think that Jonathan Flats is full. Or
But it is
that there
probably-
nominal capacity.
But it's probably as full as any other,
That's the reason why I asked.
98%
yeah,
occupied.
no, yeah, I didn't,
If we don't know the capacity, then
Yeah.
using that as the litmus test is not.
It's over 90%.
Yeah.
At Lake
It is,
Jonathan
okay.
Flats.
Yeah, we wouldn't be building this apartment
That-
building
that
if you
was
didn't
gonna
have
be my
95%
next
occupancy
statement,
in
yeah.
Chaska. Yeah.
For the staff, do you know what the rate is at the Chaska place? That's the one that's just east of the fire, or west of the fire station?
Ratio.
Yeah.
The ratio there, they do meet a 1-to-1 ratio, a 1-bedroom, or 1 parking stall to 1 bedroom count over there, which is what we approved on the Lake Jonathan Flat site. So we do have precedents in the city to prove that a 1-to-1 ratio, or even a 1.7 with Lake Jonathan Flats, can work for this type of product.
The only reason I bring that one up is that's when I know that driving by in the winter, they're parking out on England.
yeah, when they have to plow, yeah. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, parking ratios aside, trees aside, the concern I have is the size of a facility and the parking lot area in what is essentially a residential area. The ones you've described, my understanding is these are semi-urban, maybe you have some retail areas and stuff, so it makes sense. The concern I have is for a size, it's like putting a community college in the middle of a residential area, and the associated parking, the associated traffic. And just the spirit and intent of this residential area with the size of that facility is the concern I have. And taking into account the safety factor that the railroad mentioned. Yeah, it's a concern, and I think the folks here made some valid points with just the sheer size of this in that particular area. I'm not saying, they're beautiful apartments. I'm not discounting that, but yeah, in this particular area, to me, it's concerning.
And I'll second that. And, I'll tell you, it's just an absolute beautiful property, that, as far as the amenities and the finishes that you have on it. But it doesn't fit, and I'll say, further, compliment you. I think that the idea is good for that neighborhood, because Jonathan, or that Clover Ridge neighborhood, is a multi-generational community, and it was intended that way. And I think this is the icing on the cake, where you have, the empty nesters and the Gen X's and, work from home people. I think it's all good, but it doesn't fit with you're the last piece to this beautiful community, and it doesn't fit. Looking at the architecture, it's too industrial. It doesn't fit with Jonathan. It might be great for downtown, Burnsville area, but, it doesn't complement, Clover Ridge. It doesn't complement Clover Ridge, as well as that Kelzer property. It's called Clover Ridge because of the Kelzer farm, you know, that, and they developed the Clover, and, you know, there's history there. So, you know, in addition to the architecture and the magnitude of the building, you know, I'm going to vote no. And it's not because it's not a beautiful property.
Did I
but it just
confuse you
doesn't
by
fit.
showing the imagery that I just sent? Because there's also the precedent board that Liz has, because this is a pitched roof building, and it does have white siding and trim and gray trim, in addition to the stone and brick. So I don't want to confuse anybody. I hope we have the correct material boards here. I did not see those in your package, which is why I quickly put that presentation together. So,
I mean, I see that, and
I mean, that's
it's
one
an
reason
absolute-
why,
architecturally, so.
were you here in December?
I was.
And did you approve the L-shaped building, or the U-shaped building?
Yeah, so this is a three-step process, right? Yeah, so you come to us with a concept, and all these concerns were expressed at concept phase. And it wasn't said, you know, it's approved, go ahead and do it.
I understand.
It was, these are the concepts, and we're gonna let you go ahead, but make sure you come back and address them.
Yeah.
And to my mind, you haven't addressed them.
Well, the first thing I did was look at that report, and it was the 400-foot wall. And this is why we broke up the building and added that other wing to make it look like smaller wings of a whole. So I just want to make sure that we're looking, that you've seen the imagery, well, one, the elevations, the straight-ons.
Sure.
And then two, the material board that I know Liz has. There's this other page. Maybe if you go, this is a part of a 3-page. There. Nope, not it. This was in my narrative. Did you get my narrative package?
Yep, everything was provided to them.
Okay, there, bottom right picture.
I just think is maybe one of the problem, or one of the sticking points we've got going at the
We can
moment.
stay
is,
on that.
Did you mean to say this looks industrial?
Yeah,
Look at, you know,
Yeah,
that top left
that's
picture.
far
Yeah,
from
that we're
industrial
not,
to
that's
me,
not what
so
this
that's
is.
why
I want to say
confused by
that
the word.
I use these images for Liz because I want to show the stone on the top right, which we're showing at our entry. So that's what I'm pointing out under the gallery sign up there. In the top left, I'm showing the red brick. In the bottom left, red brick and stone. In the bottom middle, that's me trying to say that utility brick, which is this size on a 4-story building, works a little better than modern brick, but I think I'm going to lose that argument. We can move on. The bottom right is where a lot of the architecture is deriving from, too, with the white trim, the gray siding on that bottom image. So I hope that my presentation today didn't confuse you with industrial look. We can go back to the...
You know, and you don't have to tailor to me, because I'm one of, 5 here.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm one vote, but I'm telling you, that's where I'm at. It's too
That's fair.
big, and it doesn't fit. And I tell you, I've got a list of 10 compliments, but those are hurdles I just can't get past.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, I second that. If you see like all 3 sides of that building, like the completely different types of homes, like all single family homes and everywhere, it's like odd man out there kind of. It's not like something I just don't want to vote. I want to vote against that because of that reason, but like just like general perspective, the comments from my side is, I feel like it's still like something just fit in, which is not actually fits in that community. It's my comments.
All right, I have a few comments as well. I think there is a large difference between the concept.
You want me here?
Yeah,
I can sit here.
yeah, you can sit down. I think there is a big difference between what concept is and where we're at now. I think this is a much more attractive building than what we had. Couple of things, everybody tailors presentations, to their point of view. This is a 48,000 square foot apartment building. Home Depot is 128,000 square feet. It's 3 times the size of this building. So again, it's a vernacular we're all trying to fit with our points of view. Landscaping for me is an issue, and I think I am not against your guys' point that this is a really large building for the spot, or for the neighborhood. Whether that means 4 stories down to 3, or 4 stories and it's smaller, that, I guess, is, in my opinion, for the developer and staff to work out. So being that we're at preliminary, I think there's work that needs to be done yet. What is your price point here? You got an idea?
Yeah, our smallest one-bedroom start around $1,350, and then up to $1,475. The larger ones with decks are $1,525. Very similar to Jonathan Flats.
Okay, I was just going to say,
Jonathan
that sounds like
Flats.
Jonathan Flats, all right.
Yeah. You need any more? I can give you more.
No, go
Less
ahead,
than.
thank you. Well, again, like you said, I'm one of 5, so I think I myself don't think parking is a problem. I think it fits in with the other places. I'm, like Commissioner Riley said, I think I'm kind of concerned about the overall size. I assume they're meeting zoning requirements and everything for this area?
They are, yes.
Okay.
Can we see the map for that?
In terms of
In
what?
comparison to what was presented?
What'd you say, Travis? I didn't hear you.
I was asking if the map can be shared as to how it's.
So
being
what we go off of are the PMD 15 standards in the zoning district that's established out there, which was an ordinance that was put in place in 2001. So we use that as kind of the basis of the zoning, the permitted uses, and some of the design standards that are listed within that. But we also do pull from the special regulations ordinance, which applies to a universal set of land use applications that come in. So there's, within that document, from what we have on file, there isn't a density component attached in that. So we would go off of what our comp plan guides, which is up to 40 units an acre.
My general feeling right now is that this motion tonight's not going to pass. So my thought is that we table this one, and they go back to work. I would like to have you guys come back again, and I don't know, you guys will have to tell me from a rules of order thing, do we need to motion to table it, or can I just say we're tabling it, or, you know, how, and then along with that, I think a landscaping plan that the city agrees with, that staff says is good for this area, that would go a long way. Again, by tabling it, I think we're saying you got to look at the size. I think the neighbors did a good job with their presentation, but again, it was, you know, it was skewed a bit, but you proved points in here. That's just my opinion. Now, if somebody else wants to make a motion and we go for it, we can certainly try that.
I have a question to Liz and Nate before we discuss about
Okay.
that. So that road, the new road which is coming to this property and the property which we discussed earlier, it's going to add almost 215, 220 homes, like more people are driving by. Right now, there is no signal. I mean, if say, even though without considering this apartment and the previous one, the road, do we have any plans to put a signal or anything on that? If you just stop for the 215 homes, people are moving in that direction. Probably they have to wait almost an hour or so. So do we have any plans related to the traffic?
Not. So they also did a traffic study for this site as well as the Oak Creek site and the other apartment site that you'll see this evening. It did not warrant a signal at that intersection, and that's the document that would say whether or not additional improvements like that would be needed at the intersection. Will they have to do other traffic signage along that intersection? Yes. That's still to be evaluated.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say there'd be a stop sign coming from the new road as it connects to Clover Ridge Drive. But it wouldn't warrant a signal. And so just to make sure the Planning Commission understands, the neighborhood that D.R. Horton proposed in the previous agenda item, this apartment complex that's being proposed currently, and then the apartment complex that's next on the agenda, were all included in that traffic analysis that Liz was referenced.
Yeah, they'd have to be. Okay. So,
If the planning
answer
commission
my
is
question about
considering-
tabling, yeah.
Yeah, if you're considering tabling the item, that would be a motion and a vote. So really whatever action you decide to take would be based off of a motion that would go forward and a vote. You can make amendments to the what I'm trying to say, the conditions, right, that staff has put forward, or add conditions just like you did in the previous item. That's another option. So there's different ways to go forward.
Yeah. I like input from you guys as well, but I would rather table this than say no to this project, as a recommendation from us. All we're doing is recommending, and I think by tabling it, it wouldn't even go to the city council then next week, or would it still go to them?
No,
Okay,
it would be off.
so,
Hey, may I comment?
Yeah.
Because I got to go back and work on it. So I was hoping, I think tabling it is a fine idea, so that we don't waste our time at council. I'm happy to go back and spend the next 2 weeks. I don't know when your next planning commission meeting is. Is it or is it in a month?
monthly.
It's in May.
I just want to make sure that our team, because when we came in and looked at it, to your point, we looked at what was approved in December. So when you say the size, I kind of want to know what that means, if it means height, if it means flat roof versus pitched roof, it means the footprint or the shape, if it means the number of apartments. Because I think we addressed a lot of the site plan measures from the December meeting minutes. And I followed the footprint size. So I would like to have a little more guidance on what we
I
mean
think
by
that's
size.
fair. Yes. Do you want to comment first?
I'm concerned about the number of apartments and the height.
Okay. Because the thing about the number of apartments is you could make the building the same size and just make the apartments bigger. Now, that doesn't really work economically, but you still get the same building. I could say, well, sure, we'll do
My
a,
concern is the number of, okay, let's rephrase it in form of occupants and height.
the total
Because that
number
all-
of,
That all goes to, parking requirements.
got it, okay.
Traffic, aesthetics.
And for me, if they can fit with the townhomes that are across the street, and those are 3 stories, and it's the aesthetics can match, I think that's reasonable. I realize that this building is kind of a standalone,
If you think we can do that aesthetic in 4 stories, would that meet your,
You better define the aesthetics.
so I want it to blend with the buildings behind it, so that, this doesn't stand out, as people look out across that view. And I'd be looking for 3 stories, so.
okay.
I still have a problem here, because if they're meeting code, building code, right? You have to meet code. With class materials, we spent a lot of time putting that code together. few years back. It's zoned correctly. And it's, so he's asking questions that we can't sit here and answer, besides it's too big. That's a problem for
I have to meet
us
with
to,
them on a 4-story, 50-foot tall building. I can't make the building work on 3 stories with the price of construction these days, and it's going to be a 4-story project, or
and we have
or we
other
can't do it.
4-story
It's-
projects. We have other 4-story buildings in Clover
Some
Ridge.
people are doing 5- and 6-story buildings to make it work. We can do it in 4 stories. I can address the architecture better.
Clover condos, or whatever that, is it called Clover condo? Is that's 4 stories, correct?
Stories, yes.
Yep.
And the building across
There's
the
also the
street.
apartment complex
Clover
next to
Field.
it, which is
Oh.
also 4 stories. At least a portion of
Okay.
that is 4 stories.
So again, 4 stories is not a new concept in this area either.
The areas where staff is saying that this facility is not completely in compliance with zoning would be on the parking, which we've had a pretty significant discussion about this evening, and the landscaping. Am I missing anything, Liz? You know, so those are 2 points if you're looking strictly at the zoning code and how it applies to this facility, where it's not currently meeting it. You know, one option, if the developer is saying that there's not enough space on the site to accommodate the landscaping that's required, I think we all talked about, maybe that's an indicator that the scale of the building, you know, needs to be looked at as well. So that might be a leverage point or a reference point as Planning Commission is trying to define for the developer what it is they'd like to see. Just one thought to throw out there for your consideration.
That's good feedback.
Thanks. I think we would be doing the best service to everybody by tabling this for a month and let them do some more work and see what they come back with, because except for landscaping and the legal description of parking, it's all there. So, does somebody want to make a motion to table it?
I'd like to make a motion to table.
All right,
I'll second that.
second, thank you. Any more discussion on this? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, it's tabled, and you're almost there, I think. So you
Fair enough.
You
Thank
know.
you for your time.
all right,
Thanks
appreciate
for the
it.
comments. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. All right. 7D, public hearing. Travis, you don't get to go home yet? 7D, public hearing to recommend approval of the preliminary site building plan, preliminary plat, and rezoning for Clover Ridge Apartments. AV Development, PC number 2022-15. Thank you, or go ahead, Liz.
Thank you. Just give me a second here.
Okay. It's hard to say, you know.
All right. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. We have another preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat, and rezoning request this evening for the Clover Ridge Apartments being proposed by AV Development. So we're also in the second step in the process. Not going to get too much into that. The site is highlighted on the aerial exhibit above in blue. So it's basically on the southern side of Clover Ridge Drive, just north of the Twin Cities and Western Railroad, so directly north of the site we were just looking at. Pioneer Vista, which is a townhome development, is just directly northeast of this property as well. So they also, in December of 2021, got their concept plan approved, so they're back for their second step. So the comprehensive plan guides this area to be high-density residential and open space, and the proposal is consistent with that. It's currently zoned rural, so they'll have to rezone that with this project. So the site they're looking at is a total of 12 acres in size. However, about 6 of those are developable that aren't encumbered by wetland area and stormwater ponds. There are 2 stormwater ponds that currently exist today that the city owns, which were put in place when the construction of Clover Ridge Drive went in. And those will remain with the overall plan. So what they're asking for is approval of a preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for a 120-unit market rate apartment. They're also asking for rezoning to a planned residential district number 84. The site plan is being shown on this slide here, so it's 120 units, as I mentioned. Also a 4-story building. This will be a flat roof concept as opposed to a pitched roof that was shown in the previous. The access point is shown onto Clover Ridge Drive, kind of on the south portion of their site. They're proposing parking very similar to what we've kind of talked about previously. So they're proposing a 1.65 parking stall per dwelling unit provision on the site, 120 underground stalls, and then 75 above ground stalls for a total of 195 total parking stalls. The building makeup will have 195 total bedrooms, so they are meeting a 1-to-1 ratio there. Landscaping, and I apologize, this isn't the clearest snippet I could grab here, but you can see a clear image of this in your packet of them meeting the landscape ordinance. In addition to that, they have several amenity areas called out for the site. They'll have kind of an elevated patio area on the northeasterly side, which will provide some seating, picnic area for the residents. There's another patio area proposed kind of easterly of the building, and that'll have some grilling areas and seating as well. In addition, they will be providing kind of a passive walk-through area. One of the things they wanted to take advantage of with this site was the wetland complex that abuts most of its edges, and providing a passive walking area plus a couple bench areas for the residents allows them to kind of immerse into some of the nature out there. These are the elevations of the proposed plan. So they are proposing a mix of brick, fiber cement siding, both in a couple different applications that'll look and feel like lap siding, as well as some fiber cement siding that'll have the look of cedar or wood, so have some of those warm tones kind of brought into the overall building. These are a couple renderings. The top one is kind of a bird's eye view from Clover Ridge Drive, and then more of a zoomed in look to the main entrance, kind of snuck into that corner of the joint of the building, and then a northern aerial looking from the north to the building. Also wanted to show the construction access plan. The modeling that we've been using for the last 2 projects will be carried through into this development, where all of the construction access will come from the north off of Pioneer Trail, and they will provide signage to promote that. So one thing I didn't really get into with this building, but something that we can certainly work with the developer on is, I don't know why it keeps doing that, is designing the building to fit in with Chaska. Kind of looking at the color palette of the building, as well as potential details that can go into the brick. There's definitely some opportunity there to bring some of those details in. So that's probably the biggest piece we would want to work with the developer to continue to refine. So with that, we are asking to make two motions this evening. One, to recommend approval of the preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for the Clover Ridge Apartments, and then based on the conditions that are listed in the staff report. And then the last one, to recommend approval of the rezoning to PRD 84. The city council date is planned for Monday, April 18th, which is the following Monday from now. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, the developer is also in attendance if you have questions for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Liz. Questions for staff or developer? Before we open up the public hearing?
Liz, I have one, just, and it's more concerned with, and I might be confused with some of the drawings and whatnot, but I know that they had a level of underground parking, and then somewhere else, an at-grade parking that the entrance didn't look like it matched up with the drawing. So like the outside looked like the access was coming from the parking lot side, but the drawing of the footprint of the parking lot was coming from the end.
Yeah, I'll do my,
So I don't know if that was me just reading it wrong, or was the drawing incorrect that was on the proposal?
yeah, so if I can try to explain it. So they have, in essence, kind of two levels of covered parking, if you will. The majority of it will be underground, so that will be accessed on the southern portion of the site here, so that will go below grade on that side. So it'll start dipping down at this kind of driveway here. The other one is kind of more surface level or at grade parking, roughly 40 stalls, give or take. And again, that will be at level with the first level of the apartment space.
But it looked like in the drawing of basically of the main floor footprints that showed the apartments as well as the parking spots for that, it didn't look like the entrance was coming from the side here. It was coming from Clover Ridge Drive.
And maybe the developer can better answer that.
And I'm trying to find the right one here, and I just can't seem to find the
Yeah,
the
and I'll try
diagram that
to
shows the
pull it up as well.
Because it's the one that actually shows the footprint, the apartments that it would be on the first level.
Does one of the developers want to come up and?
All right.
Very good.
I'm Vishal Dutt from 200 Oak Hill Drive, Shoreview. I'm the developer, and I'll have Henry address that. He's my architect on this.
Yeah. So it's exactly what Liz described.
And Henry, give us your stats too.
Yeah, Henry Augersma, 393 Cleveland Avenue, South St. Paul. So yeah, I'm the architect on the project working with Vishal. So yeah, the access is exactly what Liz described. So I don't know if we have that plan. We can speak to that.
Hey, Liz, it's the architectural plans, page 2.
Okay.
If we're looking at that one.
I have it up right now, but I have to
That's
share my screen again.
Or street level.
Right.
This
This is
one,
the
right?
street level, and it has the access coming this way versus from the parking lot there. Because here's the entrance for underground.
So we've shifted the building around over the last few months with wetlands issues, so I think this is just an outdated plan.
Well, and that will have an impact, obviously, on the parking spaces that you have accounted for then, because if you're changing the entrance into that, you're going to eliminate parking spots at the at-grade level. So, like I said.
Yeah, the whole building's rotated 90 degrees.
We configured it. We have the parking plan at 1.65. So we have there's underground below grade, and then there's enclosed above on grade as well.
Right, and that's the part where the diagram that's submitted to us doesn't match. So there's something wrong with.
Yeah, we can send updated
Yeah.
drawings that
And then
Will match
obviously
the
that
site
that
plan.
will have an impact on the count and parking spaces that you have assigned for covered parking.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that that's clear there.
Yep.
Okay. First I wanted to make sure I wasn't reading something wrong with the diagrams.
No, you're,
So.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Any more comments before? All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing, 10:14 PM. If you have any comments or questions for us, staff, or the developer, come on up and give your name and
Wade Sorensen, 1456 Sophia Drive in Chaska. The only question I have is on the proposed zoning, the new zoning zone, PRD, whatever it is. My question is, why are we not including the PRD development standards in section 426? So those are deemed kind of important according to city code, and they're not listed in the new proposed zoning. So building setbacks, lot coverage, floor area ratio, building site design, and common open space. Those requirements from the PRD development standards, I just want to understand why they're not included in the PRD definition. Thank you.
So with every PRD that we put onto a property, it's very project-based. So the standards that get encompassed into the PRD that gets zoned for a property come from the actual project and how it's proposed. So the standards that are laid out in the section 4 part of our code, not all of those get brought into the new zoning. So again, when we establish PRDs, they're essentially a PUD. And so, you know, as we go through the review, that kind of establishes the zoning, which is the permitted uses and the development standards that are kind of laid out on the project site.
And if it's not specifically spelled out in the ordinance, then what's the progression through to what is followed?
Our special regulations ordinance is kind of the overarching document in terms of site planning pieces. So if it's not specifically called out in the PRD's standards that are adopted or zoned with the property, then the special regulations typically apply.
And if those don't spell it out, then it goes to the comp plan, which changes every 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, as a guiding document, yes, it, in terms of kind of how it lays it out from a land use perspective, it can guide it in that fashion.
Yeah, the comprehensive plan is not zoning code.
No.
But that's what Liz referenced for the last one. Her last one was, the comp plan was her last comment for, because it wasn't part of this and it wasn't part of that, then it was a comp plan. So that was the reason why I was kind of asking what the progression was. And then you said that comp plan doesn't really hold anything because it's just a recommendation. So I just want to kind of get some clarity as to where those requirements are and what is being followed for each area. Because at the end of the day is we just made a tabled decision on one project. We now have something very similar. The only thing is it's checking the box for landscaping. But what is it that they're being held to and being zoned to, and the requirements that are being made from the city side of things that we, from the commission, don't obviously know the details because we're not knee-deep into it, but we look for city staff to say yes or no. And it's like, well, what's the yes or no to? What are the details to it? That's all I'm asking for, is what's kind of open up the black box a little bit so that more can understand what decisions that are being made today for these different projects, so that it's there in the open for everybody to know what it's being based on versus just somebody saying check the box.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Yeah,
That's where
and
I'm going at.
those PRD documents are also specific to the project in terms of the approved documents that get pulled into that zoning document. So, you know, as a part of this, we're going through a site and building plan approval, and you have all the associated documents with that. We pull those documents into the zoning documents. So in essence, the PRD is kind of tailored around that specific project. So if there's specific concerns we have regarding parking, it needs to be so-and-so, it's usually depicted in that PRD standard, or it reverts back to the regular special regulations ordinance, which dictates the parking standards holistically.
Okay. So, question, and since you just hit on the parking side of things, and yet again, we have literally similar size, one on one side of the railroad tracks, one on the other. We have one proposing 1.8 and this one proposing 1.6, but our standard is 2. We know that we're lax on it. We know we're not, hardcore on sitting on 2. But at what point in time does the city come back and say, okay, we know 2's not the right answer. We know 1-to-1's not the right answer. What is the right answer so that we don't have variations between one side of the street or one side of the tracks or the other? Because one developer has their math and another has their math, and of course they're going to do what they want, but when is the city when is the city going to look and make a change to those standards so that we can actually have something that's not so fluid, especially when you have neighboring projects? I mean, my short answer is if we're going to approve one at 1.8, then the other one needs to be at 1.8. That's kind of the, you get the same as the other. There's no special treatment just because it's just on the wrong side of the tracks. So just looking for standardization of being able to hold things consistent so that we, from the Planning Commission, can know how we need to really be judging and questioning what these projects are going to come through as. It makes it difficult for us.
I think it's a legitimate question. I think, we have what we have in the zoning code today is the 2.0. We've seen some, measures of success with other projects that we've diverted from that. And I think staff has been consistent over time in evaluating that, project by project basis and trying to look at other precedents in other communities that, are similar to ours that would give us some confidence that we're, feeling comfortable with that divergence from the 2 number. Yeah, I think that's maybe a policy discussion that between Planning Commission and Council, at some point, if you feel like you're diverging from that 2.0 sufficiently enough that we do need to take a look at what it is in zoning ordinance. I think there are other communities, I know there are other communities out there that have different numbers. From what I understand, and this is, maybe me speaking a little bit cart ahead of the horse without going into the formal evaluation, but my perception is that the 2 number is, we're among maybe the higher requirements there.
At the 2?
With the 2, yeah. Yep.
I can't even remember, did we close the public hearing or not?
No, we didn't. You didn't.
Does anybody else want to say anything before we close it? All right, I'm closing at 10:22.
I was gonna check online and make sure.
Oh.
There's no one there.
Okay.
They're all sleeping right now.
Yeah.
All right, so anyway, that housekeeping is done. You bring up a good point about 1.8 versus 1.65, and is there any opportunity to increase the parking on this site at all?
That would probably be a better question for the developer if they can look to that. I think there's always a push and pull factor on certain things.
I'm sorry, what was that, Liz?
There's always a push and pull factor on that, so I think that would be a better question for the developer on what they can explore.
Sure. My name's Josh McKinney, and I've been working with Vishal in terms of getting the site plan set and evaluating kind of where we're at with both parking as well as opportunities for.
And you're with who?
I'm with a Measure Group. I'm a consultant that. Yes, that works with Vishal. So we've looked at a couple of different options, and as Liz can hopefully attest, we've worked with city staff significantly to try to get what we've got on this site, both from a landscape perspective and a site perspective. I think the challenge for us, we've got a lot of encumbrances on the property. One of us is a significant wetland buffer that we've really tried to play up and actually use it as an amenity on our project. As well as we're adjacent to a city pond, which kind of dictates some of our setbacks. So we're really starting to kind of get shoehorned in a bit here. And so when we started looking about what our development was comfortable with regards to a parking ratio, much like the previous applicant, that 1.6 number was what we've seen in the industry that works really well. So we're exceeding that, but also we're well in excess of what our parking study that we've commissioned would state that we need to park. So our parking study, I believe it was 147? 148. So we're at 195.
And how many apartment units are there?
There's 119 apartment units. So the number's kind of back and forth between 119 and 120, but it's 119. And so one other thing that's a bit different on this project than some of the other projects we've pursued recently is this one's a little bit heavier on 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, which we anticipate, working from home and those kind of things. You would not necessarily have, 1 car per bedroom to be occupying that, but we're parked at a rate of 1 car per bedroom.
All right. Any other questions?
The parking still concerns me because there's no street parking there.
Sure, and I understand your concern. So what we're working off of is both of our experience within this metropolitan area as well as kind of some additional study that we've commissioned to get comfortable with our assumptions based on that experience, as well as, working through with city staff to try to, frankly, get them comfortable with what we're looking at. And so I understand your concern. We're parked at, 1 stall per bedroom, which is consistent with other projects in the Chaska area. It just, that ratio, I understand your concern. I think where we're comfortable is with, our investment in the project. We certainly wouldn't be willing to put forth the type of money that we're looking to do, hopefully be a part of your community within the next few months if we didn't think that this was something that was workable.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions?
I've got maybe a comment / question. The comment is, I do like how you're trying to incorporate the walking path / loop into the sloped area. But is it intended to kind of keep it on the high side of it? I guess that's the part where it's hard for me to be able to kind of see that and get into the details of it. But I mean, obviously the landscaping, the trees, we already said that it meets the requirements there. But just kind of about the variations of height, with that walking path from where the apartments are down to and back up to the street.
Sure. Yes. So there's actually a pretty significant grade change between kind of, we'll just call it the Clover Ridge Drive at the street, and then obviously down to the wetland. So what the proposed trail, and the reason that's actually shaped like that is to ultimately use it somewhat as a switchback to actually traverse the grade and kind of bench itself in. We're proposing to use kind of a more natural material, understanding that wetlands are there for a purpose, right? They're intended to kind of bounce in certain times, and really we're trying to facilitate at least the exploration of what a wetland and riparian buffer would look like in that area. So, we're still working through the exact details to your point, but certainly we're excited about that opportunity and we've been exploring some options for some interpretive signage and really kind of working with that as a kind of a unique amenity that's not found on a lot of other suburban properties.
Right, no, and I know that it's, across the street in the townhomes, they're doing a similar thing around their water retention of having at least a walking path to be able to at least go around that.
Yeah.
And kind of get away from the apartments and into, that open space. So no, I think it's a good alternative. Obviously, it's a tight location without infringing on the actual wetlands themselves. So,
Yeah.
like I said, very creative to be able to see that, and it'll be interesting to see that come through.
Thanks.
Anything else?
I don't see any areas for the kids or any patios or anything. Probably I didn't notice. I mean, any common areas for the residents here?
I can speak briefly, but we can maybe talk to the architect if you have more specific questions. So we actually, we have a kind of a unique situation with regards to our amenity deck, in that we're actually having a 2-level amenity space, one of which is actually going to be an exterior roof deck that's looking out onto the wetland area. And then there's many kind of almost decentralized or scattered amenity spaces throughout the site. We found that kind of across the portfolio of projects we've worked on is, it's one thing to kind of put all those amenities in one space and you can really get a lot of bang for your buck, but ultimately people like to separate into smaller groups and find different kind of niche locations throughout the property. So that's something we're trying to play up with this individual property. There's significant views out to the wetland in our amenity spaces that are indoor, as well as obviously, you can imagine the exterior patio.
Yeah, and if I could speak to the interiors, we'll have a large community room, a lounge kind of adjacent to the that terrace that Josh mentioned, a fitness room, coffee area, generous lobby, mail room, some work from home spaces, things of that nature on the interior as well. So,
What's your target audience or target group you're going for here?
Same kind that Joe had mentioned, empty nesters,
Okay.
families, millennials.
Can you come up to the mic? They're not going to be able to hear you.
Yeah, I mean, we did a, market demand study, which we had provided to Liz, and really we looked at what's needed. So millennials, the empty nesters, there's families, so you got the broad range of renters.
Price?
Similar,
the same too?
similar to Lake Jonathan and other comps in the area. Pretty much the market study told us what to do, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
And we're really excited about the development.
So then obviously the one thing that's missing is any kind of amenities for the younger visitors to the apartment. So like I said, the beauty of having both these projects coming through at the same time means that you get to hear the same thing about both projects, which is, make sure that you accommodate for
sure
the visitors as well too.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, so I'm hearing loud and clear, and certainly good feedback this evening on the previous projects with regards to kind of your desire, and I think it's a good one for us to at least explore what a tot lot might look like or where we might be placing it on the property. There are some challenges with grades, but it's something that we should be looking at, between now and final, certainly, absolutely.
And obviously, it's not a make this big set.
Of course.
It's the matter of,
Yep.
what is, allow a spot for.
But there's gonna be grills in it. Inside, we have, shuffleboard, and ping pong, and field, air hockey. So there's gonna be things for kids to do inside as well. Those kind of games, let's put it that way. Shuffle, what's the other one, the tic-tac-toe. So,
And there's no pool on this one, right?
no, no
Okay.
pool, no.
It's fine.
So you're going to be competing with your neighbor.
We wish him the best of luck.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so this is probably more of a question back to staff, is are we putting too much at the same time in the same spot? I mean, has the city done the legwork to say, what does the city need and where does the city need and how much does the city need? Because obviously the developers they're chomping at the bit because there's dollars associated with it, but from the city side of things is, do we need two of these complexes going at the same time, same location, for the same demographic. So it's, in this, like I said, and this is more for me to the staff, to asking, has the city done, what has the city done to be able to say, what is the needs for Chaska?
So I think what we've done is the comprehensive plan, guides properties for these uses, right? And so what's being proposed on this site and the site that we just discussed previously are both, that multifamily product that this site is guided for. As we do our comprehensive plan, there are housing studies that are done to help us understand, at full build out, what the mix should be for Chaska, and understanding the market that exists, at the time the comprehensive plan is done, and also trying to project forward to understand the broader market in the Twin Cities as well, and our slice of the Twin Cities. So those things are going to informing the comprehensive plan. Now what you're talking about is the pace of that, right? And that is really kind of the market that we're seeing right now. And so developers need to come in, have their investors, they go through processes, and I'm maybe speaking a little bit and stepping on their toes, but there is the financial package that they need to go through and the evaluation that goes into that. That's not something that the city is necessarily involved in.
Yeah, that's market.
We're setting the stage with the comprehensive plan, and the pace of that then is driven by the market itself. And so I think what we're seeing right now is a strong market, for multifamily, and that's what's causing the pace that we're experiencing at the moment.
And from a city standpoint, we obviously know what the last 2 decades have done. Hence the reason why there hasn't been development on those spots for 20 years. This is going back to forward-looking. It's like, is the city looking forward enough rather than living in the here and now? It's not saying that it's not planned that way. It's been part of the comp plan forever. So it's the matter of is the timing. Does Chaska need this much at this point in time? Because at some point in time, the market's going to change, and things will constrict, and who knows what's going to happen. And obviously that's the risk the investors are taking on moving forward. But from the city side of things, or is the city looking at it as like, okay, it's tax based, so they're saying, bring it. You want to build it, we'll take it, it's part of the plan, let's go. I'm looking from my seat to understand where the city is wanting to go. Because, like I said, obviously it's tax based for the city, so great, but from a bigger perspective, is it too much too soon?
Well, I think, you sort of got it a little bit on your, in your question, is that, 20 years ago, this was guided for multifamily residential, right? So that's that forward looking that you're asking for. I think we've arrived now at a point in time where a lot of the multifamily locations that are, closer in Chaska, right? And also closer in relative to, the urban core of Minneapolis, are being built out. And so Chaska's kind of on that next phase of development, and we're experiencing that not only on multifamily, but also on single family and on industrial as well, commercial to some extent, at this moment in time. So I think you're sort of seeing a convergence of market demand, and it's the hot market right now, but also just where Chaska happens to be situated within the metro area, and us sort of being at that next stage of development as it continues to move outwards.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that helps to fully answer your question, but
it does.
To some extent, we set the groundwork for where uses can go through the comprehensive plan, and then that pace of development is really driven by the private market and what the risk is that they're willing to take, and kind of what the financial markets are willing to do.
Right, and I completely get the developer and the risk that comes along with that, because there's no guarantee that they're going to be able to rent the spaces. And yeah, like I said, I understand that's a risk.
Where what Eden Prairie was.
Yep.
So
20 years ago or whatever.
And that's a great question you had, and I want to address it, right? So the only reason I went forward, me, the developer on this site, when I talked to the landowner, we talked about it. We said, well, before we move forward, let's do a market study. The market study determined there's a huge need for multifamily, and it projected it over the next 5 years. So that's the only reason, and that's where I think Nate was talking about, is that market demand shows that there's a need for multifamily apartments on that site in this area, or else wouldn't have move forward at all, right? And then the financial markets are telling me as well. I have my debt lined up, equity lined up, they're saying yes.
Right.
It's a great project, go do it. So that's kind of the background on
Right,
that.
and then it goes back to, yes, it checks the box for them, checks the box for a comp plan, then it's does it check the box for the design and the zoning side of things? And I know that, we've already made comment and note that the design needs to be adjusted and looked at as well too, to be able to accommodate,
Yep.
The location that you're projecting to put it into.
Thank you.
I'll let you speak now.
I've been waiting my turn. Yep. So as far as like what we've heard, as far as the parking, I don't get too hung up personally on parking. As far as the economics of the build, my personal observation is probably there's market demand here. Both of these are beautiful properties, and they should fill up.
Chaska needs more.
Yeah, you're on the kind of the Chaska uncensored Facebook pages, and people from Duluth are joining to try to see if anyone knows of a vacant apartment in town. So I'm kind of seeing those dynamics. So there's demand out there. But why I joined the commission, and I think when I went and interviewed with the council and explained to them, is that like being sensitive to context is important to me, and that's why I'm here. And we can talk about PRDs and PUDs and comp plans, and I'm not a professional planner, so some of that goes over my head. I would say probably most of it goes over my head, but it's the sensitivity to context, and it's the same comment here as the last one for me is. So we've got competing demands, right? We've got a 20-year-old neighborhood that has a couple of remaining lots for higher density on it. And so how do you do that while being respectful of the citizens that are current residents that are currently there? And I see that as why I joined, is to try to make sure that what we do fits. It not only meets ordinances and comp plans and PRDs, but it fits with the neighborhood. And here again, I think if this is the gateway to Chaska, coming out of Victoria, and we've talked about that as a planning commission in the past, this building just doesn't check that box for me. That it's too big, it's too tall, and it architecturally doesn't fit with the Clover Ridge neighborhood. So that's where I'm at. There's lots of pros, but if I've got to respect why I'm here, I got to vote no on this one or table it.
Well, Liz already commented that they need to continue to work on the visual aspect of the building to make it more Chaska. We're putting new buildings in next to a 20-year-old neighborhood. This is farther, it's more north of the main group of people. That's why there's no neighborhood input tonight on this building compared to the one we just tabled. Very little.
Right. But
that says a lot. But that says a lot.
Because there's nobody living there yet. We're still on the edge. If there's nobody there, then that's the part.
So we're speaking for people that aren't there.
Correct.
Well,
That's
can I
why I'm
address
here.
that?
Okay, yeah, please do.
So to address that neighborhood though, I did do a neighborhood meeting back in early December, and only one neighbor showed up, and we sent notices out to everybody, and I think it was the owner, the farm owner, right behind it. No one else showed up, had concept plan, no neighbor came, talked about anything, so there was no neighborhood opposition at all.
Do you realize how many neighbors you have with that property? I mean, seriously. I mean, there's not that many neighbors.
Well, that's what I'm-
That's what I'm saying, is we have to speak for the neighbors because their population isn't there yet.
No, I guess I was just addressing, I did hold a neighborhood meeting, no neighbor showed up. So I guess maybe I was just addressing that point, that's all.
And I'm assuming that followed the same 300 feet from the entrance, was the distribution of that notice, so.
150 feet, yeah.
Which probably was 2 of the townhomes that are across the railroad tracks, I'm guessing.
I don't know the exact numbers, but it was more than that.
I think from staff's perspective, I think what we can say is that they follow the same process that we ask anyone else to do.
Right.
So
Well, and that was the part where it's like, he mentioned about a community meeting or neighborhood meeting, and nobody showed except for, Kelzer. But that's where we come into play to be able to be that voice, even if there isn't a voice that's coming from the crowd as well, too. And that's, we're here to provide a recommendation to the city council based on each one of our perspectives. And that's the beauty part. We're all different in different communities and different neighborhoods. So, we, as a voice, can be Chaska for the neighbors that aren't there. And likewise, it's it's similar size, less count because it's a smaller building, but still 4 stories, lots of units. Architectural has some concerns, and I don't see it being much different than the previous project that we tabled as well too, because this is the next
Every
step.
time a 4-story apartment building comes up in Chaska, we can't table it or vote it down.
I'm not saying that, saying that.
It's, one of the things that I go by a lot is neighborhood input, like this last building. Lots of input. We had a ton of input on the concept. The fervor to turn this building down or turn it into something different isn't there compared to the last building. I guess for me, I don't see why we wouldn't address the architectural concern and make sure that we're at the maximum we can be for parking, and then move forward with this one. That's just my opinion.
I didn't have the same gut reaction to this project as I did to the other one. It's just maybe it's the layout and the location and yes, the input from other parties certainly is an influence. So I didn't have near the concerns for this particular one as the last.
And from the viewpoint that we're talking about representing people that aren't here yet, Chaska needs apartments. It's market-driven. These 2 large projects wouldn't be on the table if they weren't needed. So that's also voicing, or that's also working for a constituency that's not here yet.
And they'll know what they're getting when they arrive.
Well, and now I'll take the step back, which is with developments, you only have those people that are currently living here voicing their opinion. And depending on how close they are to that development, in this case, this is on the other side of the railroad tracks. Right. So there's no townhomes across the street. I should say directly across the street, some up top of the hill. So then its closest neighbors are kitty corner from it, which are the townhomes that are being built, as well as the newer ones that are on Romeo Court. And then the next one will be the apartment complex that we just had prior to. So the difference is it's on the other side of the tracks and it doesn't have townhomes directly across the street from it. It has townhomes just up the street from it. So to say that this one would not get the same scrutiny as the one before, just because there's no community voice when we're saying that this is the way into Chaska from Victoria off of Pioneer. So this is going to be the entrance to Clover Ridge. So how do we want that to look like? And that's where we come into play, because there's, like I said, there's no residents there, but what we're setting here is how do we want that view to be coming in from Pioneer Trail into Clover Ridge? And I'm in finance, so I'm very about consistency. It's like, if you're talking about one side of the track versus the other, the only thing difference is there's a railroad track going in between them.
Well,
You know, it's the how do you.
there's other, I mean, you're here now, you weren't here for the last building.
Correct.
Because it's in a different location,
It's across the railroad tracks, and I
right?
wasn't
But then
asked to-
why are you here now, but
Because
you
I
weren't
was
here
not
an
asked to
hour ago?
recuse myself. And
But I mean, the point being is,
Right.
there's a difference here also compared to the last.
Yeah, definitely, and the neighbor's viewpoint or anything like the other things, right? The other side of, other side of the road across, exactly we have the townhomes which are like 3 stories compared to the previous one, which we have like most of them around like single family homes, like 1 story or something. And the other aspect is like this building structure is little different, which compared to the wide look of the building, that is where definitely, it won't exactly fit to the neighborhood. I would agree on that, but at the same time, I would say in a different way. Definitely, we need some developments, which we have a different. The building looks little different compared to the previous one. The previous one, most of the neighbors, whatever I understand, it's huge on both sides of it. From the road side of it, from the neighbor's side of it. But this looks little different. That's where I see less concerns, and maybe more neighbors are not that much concerned about that, probably. That's what I see, yeah. But on the other side of the road, I do agree, but compared to that one, definitely this will have less scrutiny from my point of view, based on the structure and other aspects, probably.
So the danger is we're at preliminary, and then they go to final, and then we have 50 people show up here who are upset, you know, so.
On a consent item.
Right, yeah.
And remember,
And then, we're their peers.
we're not voting anything in or out. We make recommendations, right?
Right, yeah,
So-
yeah, true,
And
fair enough.
So I guess, from my point of view, is this project meeting these points and then making sure architecturally staff is satisfied. For me, that's enough to recommend it make a recommendation to the council. By tabling without a specific reason, very specific reason, in my opinion, we're not doing our job, and I'm not even sure that we did our job an hour ago, but we went that route.
Okay, I see where you're going at. So Liz, on our approval condition 10, when it says provision that the building is designed to fit in Chaska and be addressed in final submittal, what does that mean? Fit
It
in
allows
Chaska.
them to work with staff to come up with some ideas and options on the building, to address some details and whatnot that we find deemable to kind of fit into the Chaska context.
These are suggestions you've already made to
Right.
them?
It's very
that need to
open-ended
work?
because there's not one way to do that. We've seen it in different ways, and that's why we have architects. And so, we want to work with them to come up with some creative ideas to address that.
Right, and the reason why I asked that is because, yet again, since this is preliminary and the next phase is final, there's no review of it. It's whatever the architect and city agrees, whatever architect and staff agrees to, that's what's going to go forward. And it goes to final as consent items to both planning and city council. So there's no review of what makes it Chaska. I agree that it's aligned, but there's no, if there's going to be significant changes to the building, there's going to be no review or no commentary to it because it's going to come through
There's still
final.
review, though, at the final. You still have the ability to provide the same commentary that you do during preliminary. So I wouldn't say that at final, you're boxed in at that point. You still have that ability to comment on it.
I would also suggest that although items are typically on consent when they're final, they don't have to be. And just
Well, and
because it's
consent
just-
doesn't have to be approved, right?
You can pull it
Consent
off
doesn't have to be
consent.
approved. Yeah, it can be pulled off of consent and be made into a discussion item. There's a lot of options that still happen with that. So to say that there's not an opportunity for review, I would just push back and offer up that that's why it's going in front of the planning commission and the council for final approval, is for that review to occur.
Okay, and that's good, that's good to hear, because obviously, I can't remember in the 4 years that I've been on the commission that there's been significant enough changes at the preliminary to go to final that there's a lot of it was more of final check the boxes and let's go here, but these seem to be meatier things that we haven't necessarily come across lately. So that's the reason why I was just kind of making sure that we're clear on our side of things, what should and shouldn't be, approved on. Especially for the three new guys.
All right, let's, does someone want to make a motion to approve the preliminary plan?
I'll make a motion to recommend to City Council approve the Clover Ridge Apartment preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for 120?
119.
119
Yep.
units, subject to the following 12 conditions.
And can I get a second?
I second.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion before we take a vote?
I intend to vote no, for the
Okay.
reasons stated. I do think that we did our job, in the last one. And I think if this were black and white, they wouldn't need us. It would just be city staff would go through and check the boxes, so.
Fair enough, understood.
So I respect all of your opinions and the discussion, but I'm going to respectfully stick to my guns.
All right.
So,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
no.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your input and your time. Appreciate that. Okay, hey, look at that, we don't have a public hearing.
Got zoning.
Oh, I'm sorry, yep, thank you, thanks, Travis.
Oh, we need to do the.
Yeah, we
rezoning.
still need a motion for rezoning.
Motion to recommend approval of rezoning from rural to planned residential district, your D84.
You get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, any discussion there? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No?
All right, thank you. Thanks for helping me out there. I kind of. Thank you very much. Thanks for your input, and good luck with the project. Okay, next on the agenda, item 7E, recommend approval of the preliminary site and building for Southwest Christian High School, Southwest Christian PC number 2022-19. Liz, I believe you have this one, right?
I do, my last one, and then it's Nate's job. Thank you again, Planning Commission. We have a I labeled this wrong. We have a preliminary site and building plan application for Southwest Christian High School. So the site is highlighted in blue above, showing the existing layout of the building in high school as it sits today, as well as the existing parking lots around there. There's a few recreational fields. So the main area that we're focused on is really the eastern portion of the site and adjacent to the building. We're at the preliminary steps, so we have one more step to go. The background of this site dates back to 2011, when the original pre-plat, pre-site and building plan, conditional use permit, and final approvals were done. During those approvals, the gym addition to the building was anticipated roughly at 11,000 square feet. And then back in 2017, they got final site and building plan approval for their auditorium space, which is kind of the second phase of the building, as well as a parking lot. And then it was February of this year that they came forward with their concept plan for their field house addition. Due to the size and scale, as well as the added parking lot, it kind of triggered the process over for them. So they're going through that process for the field house addition. So one of the main concerns that was brought up during concept plan of the field house addition was the landscaping on the southeast portion of the site. There was one neighbor that would vocalize some concerns about headlight glare coming from the parking lot, the proposed parking lot, so they wanted some landscaping to address that. So one of the main concerns or main changes with this preliminary plan is they have addressed the landscaping on that portion of the site. They've also coordinated with the neighbor as well to ensure that the landscaping that they're showing out there kind of met what their concerns raised were entailing. The existing school, as it sits today and with both of the phases built out, it's at roughly 124,000 square feet. And then they're right at about 500 students in capacity. The school is approved for 600 students, although with this new addition proposed to the building, it does not contemplate or add any additional classrooms, so they're not anticipating to add any additional students into the building with this addition. It's primarily to help accommodate their growing needs for their athletics and functions on within that. So they are asking for a preliminary site and building plan for a 48,000 square foot field house addition, and then addition to that, a 185 stall parking lot. So the layout of that is shown on this aerial exhibit with the landscaping also overlaid onto that plan, so you can get an idea of kind of that southeasterly corner being addressed. Another item of note, which is just kind of a extra comment, is a storm shelter will be added to this addition space, which was a building code requirement for the school, so they are proposing that as a part of this project. The gym space that they're adding, though, will allow them to add 3 full courts into the space, as well as a bigger weight room and some locker room space. And then zooming into kind of that landscaping component, they also did some section cuts as well, just to give a better understanding of kind of the difference of grades in between the adjacent residents and the site of the school. The addition will match what's currently out there, so that's a mix of some brick, eaves, and glass, so that'll get carried through into the addition. Or I'm sorry, concrete, not eaves. Just a couple views, and then kind of the layout of the floor plan showing the 3 full-size courts, which 2 of them can be converted to a larger court layout for some of those bigger events. So with that, we are asking you to make a motion to recommend approval of the preliminary site and building plan for the field house addition at Southwest Christian High School, and then subject to the conditions that are listed in the staff report. The city council date for this one is also Monday, April 18th. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we do have the very patient applicants in the audience as well.
All right, any discussion for the developers or the school or the staff?
It seemed like they addressed all the issues that
Yeah.
came from the concept, so.
Yeah.
I mean, there weren't many. but-
Yeah, it was just, the neighbor with the,
The lights.
and I understand that's been addressed to their satisfaction, it's been shown to them.
Correct. We
Yeah.
also did follow up with them and got the same response from the resident, so.
All right, well,
Sorry to keep you waiting 4 hours.
That's all right. We'll take the good news.
all right.
Well, if that's the case.
I would recommend a motion then that we proceed here.
Do we need to open? There's no public for this?
Yeah, well,
Is there any?
is there any public here that wants to speak to this? I didn't think there
Let me just check the online
Oh,
situation.
yeah,
I
thanks
don't
again.
think we have anyone hanging with
I'm
us.
getting tired. I'm ready to go.
Nope, there's nobody there.
All right,
If they waited this long, make sure they get a chance.
that's right, yeah, that's a good point. All right, well, now I will entertain a motion here.
I'll make the motion to recommend the approval of the preliminary site and building plan for the field house building addition at Southwest Christian High School, PC 2022-19, subject to the following
15.
15 conditions.
I'll second.
Thank you. Travis, seconding. Any further discussion here? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign, motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a great project.
And they provided more parking than was required.
Yep, parking's not a problem out there, they got a lot. All right, now 7F on the agenda, what we've all been waiting for, Nate's presentation.
All right. First, I'm going to need Liz to
Oh, sorry.
cede the Zoom to me, if you're willing.
So I'll read that incorrectly. 7F, to recommend approval for the concept plan for the North Water Treatment Plant. Make this exciting, Nate.
This is
I'll
the
do
one
my
I've been
best.
waiting for.
Yeah.
All right, Chair, Planning Commissioners, like was noted, this is the North Water Treatment Plant. The applicant is the City of Chaska, and this is the concept plan. So the site location, if you're not familiar already with where well number 7 is located, Chaska Commons is over here to the west, so the building I'm circling over right now would be Cub Foods. We've got 100 Mark Road, where it goes north and south in that location. Just north of Pioneer Trail, Hazeltine National Golf Club to the east. The city currently owns 2 parcels in this location right here, which is surrounded by property owned by Hazeltine National Golf Club, where well house number 7 currently exists, in this piece to the north having been purchased, thinking ahead towards this day that we're at right now. So this will need to go through the full 3-step process. As I noted earlier, this is at the concept phase tonight in front of you. So currently located on site, like I just mentioned, is the City of Chaska well number 7. That is a well that is untreated today. It does contribute to our system as a supplement when we have peak demand days. So primarily when that's occurring is in the summertime when we hit a heat wave and there's a lot of draw going on for irrigation. This is a well that can help supplement that excess demand that occurs during those times. Well 7 is becoming more critical as a standard contributor to the city's water supply, and that's due to the growth that we are seeing in the community and that has been occurring over the last number of years. The city has done some studies to determine where we could be adding to the water supply, whether we would be adding new wells or utilizing well number 7, and through those studies have determined that the most cost-effective approach would be to utilize the asset of well number 7 as it currently exists by treating that and making it something that can continually and regularly contribute to the city's water supply. So the project goals here are to supplement the current treated water supply with an additional source in an important geography within the distribution system, to ensure that residents have adequate and equitable access to safe and compliant drinking water, and with the building itself to fit respectfully into the neighboring community with high regards to appearance, access, stability, stormwater handling, and landscape. So the existing site, as you can see, is here. You've got well number 7 is located on the site. This would bring in another well, number 10, into the project on the parcel to the north. There's the existing water main for which this would contribute into on 100 Mark Road. The sanitary sewer, this facility will need to connect into that, runs through Hazeltine. The city currently has an easement with Hazeltine to connect into the nearest connection location. We would need to work with Hazeltine on timing, and we'll coordinate with them on the construction of it, and there may need to be some temporary construction easements that are worked through with Hazeltine through the process as well. So those are all things that the city is aware of and is working with Hazeltine on. Currently it's zoned open. So the intent of the open district is for a holding zone. It's for land which is currently serviced by trunk or sanitary sewer facilities, but which has not yet been developed for urban use. And that's a zone that we use in many locations throughout the city in that situation. Permitted uses in an open zoning district are basically what exists, is what's permitted. So in this case, the well house. The current primary use is that well house structure. There are several electrical cabinets that are on there, and there's also a leased telecom facility. I believe it's T-Mobile that has a small cell tower that's located on the site that the city leases to them. The north and east edge of this site does have a substantial existing earth berm, which we are trying to take advantage of in the design of the building itself to kind of build it into the berm, and then also utilize that as an opportunity to put landscaping and bolster the existing tree landscaping that's on there. Provide some screening for Hazeltine, because we are mindful that they're very sensitive to the landscape and their neighbors, and trying to maintain the look and feel that they have. So the current request is for a concept plan approval. The water treatment facility is approximately 5,700 square feet. It ranges in height from 35 feet to 15 feet in height. And those height requirements and the design of the facility itself are really based around what needs to happen for a water treatment facility to function. So there are pieces of it that are trying to utilize gravity for the system to pull the water through the treatments that need to occur, and the filtration systems that would be built within that. So that's what really drives that 35 feet, and then that descended component of it into the 15-foot height at the smallest, or at the lowest part of it. The zoning that we would be pursuing here would be a rezoning to P2, which is the same zoning that we use for all public buildings in the city. So that would include the existing water treatment plant in zone P2, for example. The comprehensive plan does guide the use for this site as public and semi-public, with the existing well house there, anticipating that this could be a site for the treatment facility that's being proposed this evening. screen, how many users was that?
I don't know, mine's different.
So the 2040 comp plan guidance for the site, like I mentioned, is for public and semi-public. So you see the definition of that there is for lots or parcels that are guided for public or semi-public and private educational facilities, places of worship, hospitals, convalescent homes, penal facilities, and facilities of local, state, and federal governments. In this case, it's a facility of a local government. Neighboring, you've got the uses that are guided for golf course and open space for Hazeltine Golf Course. Hazeltine owns everything surrounding it, and there is a 500-foot strip that is guided for mixed residential. Hazeltine has expressed interest in potential development in the future. In particular, or specifically, at least currently, the northeast corner of 100 Mark and Pioneer Trail, which is guided for that mixed residential, has an approved concept plan for it, which is really around neighborhood commercial type use. Things like restaurants or smaller restaurants could go in there. Other facilities like barbershop or hair salon. Those sorts of services are what's guided in that location through that concept plan. So what is being proposed, as I mentioned before, a 5,700 square foot water treatment plant facility, the heights ranging from 35 to 15 feet in height. There is an access that exists today under 100 Mark. The proposal is to continue to use that access, and that would be the only access. We don't plan to have staff permanently at this site, so the parking accommodation is really for staff who would be driving to this site, checking in on the facility, making things are operating correctly, and then leaving again. We believe that can be accommodated through the access that is proposed in the 28-foot driveway, wide driveway that would be built. As you can see over in this area here, we would plan to have sort of cutout that would allow for easy turnaround for those public workers who are coming to the site. Setbacks, 100 Mark Road has a 100-foot setback from center line. The north, south, and east property lines would have a 15-foot setback. The exception here, there's a couple exceptions per the proposed plan for that 100-foot setback from 100 Mark Road. The existing pump house today is approximately 95 feet from 100 Mark Road center line. And that is due to the MDH, Minnesota Department of Health, deep well location standards. So not only are we trying to put the pump house where it belongs, but also working with MDH, making sure that we're accessing the aquifer below in the correct way. So that's what drives that variation there. So the water treatment plant facility would be built around the existing pump house, and so we would need to accommodate for that. There's also underground tanks as part of this facility that may need to locate within that 100-foot setback. Those would be underground. They would not have any presence above ground in that case. Utilities will utilize the easement the city has with Hazeltine, as I previewed earlier. As we look at trail and pedestrian access, there is a trail on the west side of 100 Mark Road that exists today. There are no pedestrian facilities on the east side of 100 Mark. If or when Hazeltine decides to pursue any of that mixed neighborhood guided development, we would look to have at least a sidewalk facility on the east side of 100 Mark. So we will want to make sure that this plan can accommodate a future sidewalk connection if that should occur. Landscaping, we will seek to have a plan to present for preliminary. Like I mentioned earlier, one of the points of focus would be to utilize the existing berm on the east side of the site to really bolster that screening as it pertains to Hazeltine. And certainly we need to be mindful of future development that could occur with that mixed neighborhood development that it's guided for. And then as far as stormwater goes, the size of this development, with it being less than an acre, does not trigger any stormwater treatment requirements. That said, I think there are opportunities that we are trying to pursue to make sure that stormwater is flowing away from the neighboring properties and utilizing the stormwater capture system that's within Hazeltine, Hunter Mark Road currently. And there are opportunities to maybe do some smaller scale best management practices like rain gardens or native plantings and that sort of thing within the site. So as design goes for the building itself, some of the pieces that would set precedent would be the existing water treatment plant, which does follow a similar theme to many of the city facilities. You see the red roof and the Chaska style brick and things that are incorporated at City Hall, the existing water treatment plant. The Chaska Community Center is another example that sort of follows that standard look and feel that we have with many of our city facilities. Across the street is the existing shopping center for Chaska Commons, which also incorporates the Chaska brick exterior. They have the pitched roof as well. In their case, they have a more muted tone to the pitched roof, with it being sort of a tan or gray color there. So what is being proposed for this water treatment facility? We've got some examples here, which would include the Chaska brick, that white metal exterior incorporation of the windows. You see some detailing in the brick as it faces Hunter Mark Road. One of the questions and points of feedback that staff is looking for is if the Planning Commission has any thoughts on the color of the roof. One option would be to follow the red roof that the city has incorporated into many of its facilities, but also being mindful of what exists in that area and what you see at Chaska Commons. An option could be to do a more muted roof, doing sort of a gray material, which would also align with what we did with Fireman's Park and the metal roof that exists on that facility. So there's some different thoughts, and if you have any feedback on that, certainly staff is interested to hear that. So as we move towards preliminary, some things that need to work on, and this is really kind of a high-level summary of what is contained in the conditions for the approval that's in front of you tonight. One of them would be we do need to follow the rezoning process to move towards P2. We would want to combine the two lots into a single lot, although we don't need to pursue a replat of the site. We would look to finalize the building design based on the feedback that we received. Full development of the landscape plan, which would include that screening that I went through earlier. We do need to work on providing the lighting specs, which is required as part of the preliminary site plan. We will continue to coordinate with Hazeltine National Golf Club to make sure that they're feeling comfortable with the site plan as we move forward with the screening and the landscaping, and also working on those necessary temporary easements that we'll need to obtain. And then, as I mentioned earlier, that grading plan does present some opportunities to make sure that we're routing the drainage away from the neighboring properties. So with that in front of you tonight is a recommendation from staff for a motion to recommend approval of the North Water Treatment Plant concept plan subject to the conditions that are in the staff report. And the next steps, if approved, this would go to City Council next Monday, April 18th. The preliminary site plan, we don't have that timing quite defined yet, but we are seeking to start the project this summer with completion targeted for 2023. With that, I open up to any questions. We do have the applicant here, our water and sewer director, Matt Hafner. If you have any questions for, we'll call him the developer, I suppose.
Nice to see you, Mr. Hafner.
Thanks for having me.
We tried to put you off till midnight, but didn't quite get there.
See what we can do, yeah.
Are you drilling a new well right now?
What we're doing is we're drilling a test well to see. So, as Nate alluded to, there is in order to effectively run this water treatment plant, we need to have multiple water sources coming to it. In the event well 7 needs to be rehabilitated and goes down, we'll have other water sources that can come to the treatment plant. So well 10 is going to be in a different aquifer. It'll be actually a couple hundred feet lower than well 7 exists right now. So we anticipate the capacity of that well would be about half of what well 7 is. And that's one of the driving factors on this project is well 7 is one of the highest producing wells we have in town. But as Nate said, it's not treated. It's treated with chlorine and fluoride. That's mandated by the federal government. But the manganese is really high in that well. And so years ago, there was a practice to run that well more, and we did get some water quality complaints because of that. So we typically only run that middle of the night when irrigation is going on in the summer, and only when it's very peak pumping. So.
It is a unique location. I mean, being cognizant of the Chaska style and then the neighbors to the east, and making sure what's visible to them is not going to be, well, we'll go there. It'll be appealing to them and their guests. So obviously, you know, back to your kind of question, is the muted colors is definitely the answer. Then it's the, you know, does it have to go with what is with Chaska Commons, or is it more appealing to what the neighbors to the east want as a color? What do they need to see to make it blend in? Because obviously you're going to do the berming, that's going to good to at least manage the vertical sides, but the roof is always going to be the one that you can't cover.
Yeah, no, yeah. I found this interesting. I just happened to drive by on Pioneer Trail on the south side of Hazeltine last night, bring my daughter to volleyball class or practice over at Chanhassen High School. And so that's where the maintenance facilities are for Hazeltine. Interestingly enough, some of them have gray roofs and some of them have red roofs.
Yeah.
And so I just thought that was interesting that, you know, precedent for both exists within Hazeltine itself as well. So pick your color, I guess.
Yeah.
Along kind of those lines, is there going to be a noise factor that we'd have to, that the...
You don't want to mess up the backswing.
Yeah, well, you know, just in the
Yeah.
is there going to be any sort of noise factor?
The only noise that would exist is if we had a power outage and the generator was running.
Okay.
Otherwise, water treatment plants, the pumps and things, they're enclosed inside the facility, and from the outside, you can't hear them running.
Okay. And then as far as the color, as long as people don't mistake it for part of the retail area, I don't think it'll be too concerning.
Yeah, the water treatment plant that exists today, right off of Engler, it's significantly larger than what we're proposing for here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever been inside, but it's very noisy inside. But if you walk outside, I don't notice any noise. So and you could go check that out too.
Right.
And you said Hazeltine owns the property around to the east along 100 Mark, is that correct?
That's correct. Everything really surrounding what the city owns there is owned by Hazeltine.
Do they have any intentions long-term to develop with, around their golf course with residential or amenities, or is Hazeltine so exclusive that they wouldn't do that?
Yep. They pursued that concept plan on the corner there that I mentioned. That'd be the northeast corner of Hazeltine and Pioneer, or sorry, I'm getting all messed up. 100 Mark and Pioneer Trail. And that exists, but they've pursued that, I want to say 10, 15 years ago.
It was
So it's been some time.
2013, yeah.
Okay. They, as we work with them on, updating the comprehensive plan, we continue to have that conversation about, that mixed use component, that strip that's there, and whether they want that, how they look at that. They've continued to express support to have that there, because I think they like to have the option and the opportunity. But I also know that that open field serves as parking for their large events.
Right. Yeah,
and
no
in
kidding.
particular, the Ryder Cup. And for them, that's a really big priority and focus is to do the next Ryder Cup, which is in 2020.
4 more years.
Yep. And be prepared for that, and we'll see what happens after that. But at least up until the Ryder Cup, I don't expect them to want to do anything with it. Yep.
Any other questions? All right. Hearing none, I guess I would entertain a motion to move this along.
I'll make a motion to
Okay.
recommend approval of the North Water Treatment Plant Concept Plan, subject to the following 15 conditions.
All right, can I get a second?
A second.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Baswa. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Nate, and for your presentation there. All right, just about done. Item 8A, we're going to receive in the other meeting minutes. The February 8th, 2022 Park Board meeting minutes. The February 28th City Council meeting minutes, and the February 28th EDA minutes. So those have been read in to the official minutes for tonight. Real quick, anybody have anything they want to add? We usually do a little quick roundtable if you have anything.
Yeah,
And if not, that's fine.
I do. To speak to Nate and Liz here, just like, so you understand, I mean, I've traveled all over the country a lot, and I'll tell you, Chaska is unique, that this is a beautiful community, and the quality of life here is pretty hard to match. I mean, it really is. And a lot of that is because of what the city staff has done over the years, through planning efforts and doing it in an intelligent fashion. So, I want to commend you on that. And, I heard a couple of things here tonight that, D.R. Horton said, well, if we lose any more lots, this doesn't make economic sense. I mean, that's just not reality. And the same thing with these two apartment building folks. If we don't get the density, it doesn't make sense. It does make sense, because this is a community, not only in the metro but nationwide, where people want to move to. They want to be a part of, and we're unique in that fashion. So. Keep up the good work. Don't back down, with these folks, and let them know that when they come to the planning board, that there's somebody sitting here that has that perspective, that's gonna, looking to, not, let it be deteriorated, taken away from them. So, I mean, I don't know where we're at as a community on the build out. I would guess we're somewhere around 80%. So, just a guess. I mean,
Probably a good thumbnail.
yeah, but if you look at a bell curve, right, or any of the statistics, like all your cost is in the last 20%, or all the detriments in the last 20%. So that's my perspective when I look at this stuff. It's that. I mean, it's this last 20% that's really important. So that's all I got.
Very good. Commissioner Lori, anything?
No, nothing for me, thank you.
Commissioner Olson?
Kind of same thing, which is planning is ugly, it's unknown, that's why we're here. It's not easy, but you gotta ask questions and make sure that everybody has their voice heard. So I think,
It's a lot of work.
obviously, sometimes makes for a long night, and I would almost say, it's like, all right, you guys do have control over the order side of it, so I was like, okay, don't force Southwest to sit through 3 hours worth of I don't say confrontation, but you know where the issues are going to be, and let the easy ones skirt through. So that would be my recommendation there versus seeing him sit here.
Typically would take that fashion, but public hearings supersede everything else.
Do they really?
Yes, they do, because in essence, you're notifying people to come and talk.
Yeah,
And
there's
so they have to get that opportunity to speak. So if we did have more authority over that, it might be a little bit different, but unfortunately, that kind of dictates some of our agenda lists.
Very good, makes sense.
I don't
Anything?
have anything, thank you.
No, I only have one question. How many lots are currently in the planning process?
Projects, or how many lots are
Lots.
available to build
Available,
on?
like, single-family lots, and how many apartment units?
Well, so we post our lot inventory online. I don't have.
Every month.
I don't have the number at the tip of my tongue right now, so I don't want to misspeak. So then there's also, there's lot inventory that exists that's buildable, and then there's the lots that are kind of coming through the pipeline. So I'm not sure which, are you
Like,
talking about all of that?
what's in the planning process
Yeah.
that we're going to be reviewing?
I don't have the number. I guess I'm not prepared to answer
It seems
the
to
number
me
on
that
that. There's a lot.
There's a lot.
Been some very-
That's the easy answer.
Yeah.
There's a lot that's.
Yeah, it's been a very busy few months.
Yeah, the last 3 months, it seems like must be around 500 or something.
It might be in that neighborhood.
Not too far off.
You know, I had a 8-minute meeting about 6 months ago, wasn't it? We had an 8-minute meeting one night, so.
You and Brass
So-
will forever have a rivalry with that.
Yes, he had to be put in his place, I'm sorry. But we'll let him know what he missed
Yeah.
this time, so.
COVID, planning commission meeting, yeah.
Vacation.
Yeah.
He's on vacation now, right?
Ross, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I guess I'm not sure exactly what he's up to.
I think he was,
Rob.
yeah.
No, he's sick.
Rob is sick.
Yeah, he's sick.
Oh,
What was that? Because I thought he was going, well, I suppose
Todd
spring
was
break's
sick.
long over. but
Todd's
no.
also sick.
Todd
Yeah.
Todd is sick too, yeah.
Yeah.
What they're sick with, I don't know.
All right. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned.